for the People Foundation. It says name's LA. Thank you for being here. We'll get started shortly. Right?
Oh my God, and I thought about
Yeah, I mean, some backup stuff, and you know, and this for when you get arrested.
Right.
Johnny 5-0.
Jacob, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So, what do you make contacts?
Yeah, I got a YouTube channel.
Okay. You live out here?
Yeah, I've been doing filming cops for like 4 years.
What are you sort of knowing your rights kind of thing?
Yeah, just like, well, I've been a photographer forever.
Right.
Most time I've been a photographer. So, and then I just fell into some of these auto.
Right. So you started.
I'm from New York, but just got that.
Right. Same here.
So yeah, and I got a live at the live channel on the other side. I just met him. I know him. I've been helping him set up his money. Well, but the YouTube. But I guess you can get monetized too.
Yeah, the money's better on YouTube. Yeah. Well, now we got the Instagram with the bonus reels thing, so I think
yeah, no, they need to catch up. YouTube's going on.
Right, there's YouTube guy. Facebook has shorts now too. If you ever want to do a collab at some point, you know, I'll play a cop and police officer. It's like the main thing. Obviously, like, you know, it'd be a satire. Money in it.
Yeah. No, dude, I have like mine's like comedy back. Okay. Before I start yelling shit. Right. You know, with the serial number, not that. That's our serial number.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's why I like compared to NYPD uniform, it looks like shit.
Right. No, people were like, people bust my balls on TikTok, not on either. Like, what is he, a robot? Serial number? And so, like, hey, what's your name? Serial number? I'm like, I don't know if you get that. All right, you guys, what's going on? We are here at Burlington. We're going to be, I know there's music playing, but we're going to be having some speakers here. This is where Valentina was executed. She's a 14-year-old girl that was shot and killed trying on quinceañera dresses inside the Burlington, right here in the background. We're here in North Hollywood. So we'll do a little pan. Yeah, it's peaceful and it's going to remain peaceful as well. So thank you, friends in code. We're going to keep the music on. I don't really care about the monetization on this video. So sadly, there's a lot of other victims of police violence. Brianna Taylor's aunt is here. We'll talk to her. Jacob Blake's father is here, Jacob Blake Sr. For those of you that don't know, Brianna Taylor was the one that was, they did the search warrant and they executed her in her bed, in her sleep. For all the bootlickers that say just comply. Mr. Checkpoint is here, right there. Jacob Blake was the gentleman that got shot in the back 7 times and was paralyzed. Sadly, it's difficult to keep up with all of the names. So let me know how the video quality looks. I'm off the sticks here, so. There's Jolly Good Ginger. If you're unfamiliar with Jolly Good Ginger, he's got about 1 million subs over on TikTok. He came all the way out here from North Carolina. Families United is the main thing here, along with Senate. Mr. Checkpoint just created a .org as well. So there's a PayPal link that's going to be going in the chat, and they're going to be splitting it 50-50 for the producers of this event.
To put another card right here. Right out there.
Thank you, Bashe. You know, it's a really sad day when you need to create a professional board like this. Chuck's parking lot. Mental health crisis does not warrant an execution.
Am I on the list? We're going to start that off right now
Some
early.
food cooking.
Congratulations.
So here's Jolly Good Ginger in the white shirt, and there's Senate, aka Mr. Checkpoint, in the back there in the black. So there's not going to be any march. This is going to be a peaceful deal. There's some artwork where people have signed these little portraits of Valentina. For those of you that need a refresher, maybe one of the mods can post a link to the YouTube. I didn't cover it, it was too graphic. Maybe one of the mods can post a link of the incident at Burlington, the body-worn camera footage. The cop came in with his AR-15, and there was there was a crazy guy who was armed with a padlock, and he had bloodied a woman, And the cops came in and did what they do. They just shoot first and ask questions later. The other cops were yelling at the shooting, at the cop who fired the gun. I forget his name. I was just reading about it this morning. Sadly, they're difficult to keep up with. They were yelling to him to stop advancing because he was going in like he thought he was playing Call of Duty. He thought he was playing solo quads, Call of Duty. Thought he was doing a 1v4. And listen, I don't know a lot about guns. I know enough about guns that you do not fire a gun unless you know what is downrange. And while Valentina was killed behind sheetrock, she was in a dressing room, so obviously the cop couldn't see her, but still, this is why you just don't indiscriminately start shooting and missing. I mean, all right, here's Jolly Good Ginger. Throw Jolly Good Ginger's link up, and
it does to me too. Right here, probably. Mike. There we go. Okay, so first and foremost, we got Daniel Lopez's family here. Say his name.
Daniel Lopez.
Say his name.
Daniel Lopez.
Say his name.
Daniel Lopez.
And we got the Valentina family here as well. Say her name.
Valentina.
Say her name.
Valentina.
Say her name.
Valentina.
There's a lot of other families here as well. First of all, when I say justice for who, you say all stolen lives. Justice for who?
All stolen lives.
Justice for who?
All stolen lives.
As I said before, seeing the community together like this is beautiful. It's amazing. This is what we must have. I traveled from out of town to be here, but I already knew before I ever come to LA what was happening here. Got a great contact on the ground. My brother, I love him. Where's he at? Senate. He's around here somewhere. Let's give it up for Senate. Say the names, LA. Let's give it up and say the names. What is it? Street Watch LA? Let's give it up for them. How about all our artists here? How about my man back here on the grill? This is a community effort. What we're going to do is we're going to start off with just a couple words from Jacob Blake Sr. I don't know how I lose Jake. Now, how I lose Jake? All right. So we're going to have Jacob Blake Jr., Sr. come up here and say a few words to get us started, and then we're going to hear from a couple other folks. All right, let's go ahead and give a warm welcome to Mr. Jacob Blake Sr.
First of all, I'd like to thank everyone for being out here today. For Daniel and Valentina, this family and these families, all these families that are out here have been through turmoil. It takes the community to support these families in their time of need. These families need you to stand behind them like the rocks that you are in this community. This community is beautiful. The rainbow is right here. We don't have to look or wait for it to rain. We have the rainbow right in front of us. We have to love one another, and we have to demand that they release all those body cam films of what happened. You have to use your power. Each one of you standing out here has power. If we use our power collectively, together, as a unit, we can get these body cam films released. And all I ask from you today, everyone, is to be out here with love for one another.
Yes.
Look at the person next to you right now. Tell that person you love them. Now we're gonna leave with love, and that's what we're out here to do today, is show support for Daniel and Valentina. Power to the people.
So I got a question. How many of you knew that this is a special enforcement zone? Raise your hand. Not a lot of people. Raise your hand if you know what a special enforcement zone is. A lot more people. That's good. What that is, that's a way for the government to terrorize people. I'm not gonna call it over policement. I'm gonna call it domestic terrorism. What Mr. Fred Hampton say? Profane times call for what? Profane language. I will not mince words. I will not watch what I say. In a special enforcement zone, the police are literally allowed to come and rip your home from you, arrest you simply for being homeless currently. You just happen to be without a house. If you're sleeping in a tent, they can arrest you. That's now a crime. Our solution in America to homelessness is to exterminate people. That ain't right. I said that ain't right. So we got Street Watch LA. That what they do is they literally watch the streets. They try to provide food, shelter, get people off the street, help them out. Let's show some love for Street Watch LA for being here in these special enforcement zones to police the police. Now the Valentina family, for legal reasons, cannot speak publicly, but they've elected Senate to speak on behalf of their family. So Senate's going to come up here and speak on behalf of the Valentina family. Let's give him a warm welcome.
Hello, I want to thank everyone for being here and make sure that you know that the family of Valentina appreciates the support and you continuing to say her name because of the injustice that happened in this Burlington co-factory. And it wasn't just Valentina, a 14-year-old who was innocently killed, but someone having a mental health crisis named Daniel Lopez. I want to share a couple things that we make sure that we know who Valentina was. Valentina loved rock and roll. She loved Ozzy so much she named her dog Ozzy. Valentina loved In-N-Out, peanut M&Ms, avocado toast. She wanted to build robots, and the first robot she wanted to build was one that helped her mother clean the house and help around. Valentina wanted to be an American. America killed her.
Say it again.
Valentina wanted to be an American, and America killed her. America recklessly, from an office, an LAPD recklessly used an AR-15 in a shopping store the day before Christmas Eve. Valentina should be alive today. Valentina ordered a skateboard for Christmas. Her father had to open up that skateboard himself. What Soledad, Valentina's mother, went through, having her baby girl die in her arms and have to bear this unimaginable loss, no parent ever experienced this. The people, the community will not rest until LAPD, the system, and the officer is held accountable, until all body cam footage is released, and we make laws that make it so that no police can do this again. Our tax dollars go to pay for all the body cam footage and all of the body cams. So how come when we ask for them to release it, it's only some of it? That's outrageous, and we must demand that what we pay for is transparent because it's for us. They serve and protect us, and we must remember that, never forget that, and exercise that always. Thank you for being here. Justice for Valentina. Justice for Daniel. Justice for Valentina.
Valentina.
Justice for Daniel.
Justice for Daniel.
Justice for all stolen lives.
Justice for all stolen lives.
So what's beautiful about what Families United, myself, Jacob Blake Sr., Bianca Austin, Travis Keynes, what's beautiful about what we get to do is we get to travel, meet communities, and stand in solidarity with the families of victims of police brutality. But what makes this movement possible is when local organizations make sure that communities do not forget the name of those lost and stolen. And right here in LA, we got Say the Names LA who does just that for us, okay? So let's give a big, big round of applause for what Say the Names LA does. And of course, Justice for All Stolen Lives. I would like to introduce up to you guys the Lopez family. Daniel Lopez, say his name.
Daniel Lopez.
Say his name.
Daniel Lopez.
Justice for who?
Daniel Lopez.
Enough of these police killings. The Lopez family, please give them a warm welcome.
I would just like to say thank you for everybody here supporting everybody else, because too many families have been through this. My brother was so funny. He was the jokester of the family. The one boy between all the girls. He used to dig up worms in the yard and just chuck them at us. Oh, he loved to play pranks. He loved to laugh. He loved to make other people laugh. Even, you know, when I would scold him, when he would get in trouble, he'd still laugh. He found the joy and happiness in everything, And I wish he was here today. I wish Valentina was here today. It's been a pleasure meeting her amazing, beautiful, wonderful family. And there needs to be better. This LAPD, this sheriff, this isn't working out anymore. This isn't. There needs to be something different for everyone, for us. It's enough. A mental health crisis doesn't warrant for an execution. And this is my brother's niece, my wonderful daughter, and she would like to say something.
Come on, y'all. Come on.
My Theo Danny was not only a good uncle, a good brother, he was a father to a 1-year-old. And he's not even gonna see her grow up. He can't see her grow up into her teens. He can't see her be a strong, powerful woman. They just killed him. He had a 1-year-old daughter. And I really miss him. Like my mom said, he would find joy in everything. Even when he went to jail, he would always call me and laugh on the phone and send me letters. And he was just a really good person. And I miss him a lot. Thank you.
That young lady's 9 years old, y'all. 9 years old. They say if you want to change the world, you raise the change. We must raise our children to be better, raise our children to do better. And our children do not deserve to grow up, see senseless killings of family members while our government spends time trying to find a way to explain it away. Justice and accountability for now. Say his name. Say his name. Say his name. Say her name. Say her name. Say her name. Justice for who? I'm going to say justice for who. Y'all say all stolen lives. Justice for who?
All stolen lives.
Justice for who?
All stolen lives.
You guys are beautiful. Thank you for being here. We're going to spend about 20 minutes eating and fellowshipping, get to know each other, and then we got a couple other things on the agenda, but please mingle around, get to know your neighbor, tell them you love them, get some food. Thank you for being here.
And I will.
Just a little quick announcement. We got carne asada, pozole. We've got food for everybody, so you can make your way to the back, get yourself a plate, feed each other, take care of each other. And we got water, snacks. So just go visit community cookouts in the back for a plate of food. And we also have free clothes, shoes, backpacks, and we want to give a special thanks to People's City Council for us letting you use the sound system. Thank you, PCC. Thank you so much for letting us be heard.
So far, so good. Back at it. Yeah. And actually, she would have been there yesterday and today. I didn't know about yesterday. Yeah. Were you there? Oh, was it? Oh, yeah.
All right, we're gonna go. You guys want me to keep this on for a little bit? Go around in some of the booths.
Still running.
Yeah,
I didn't. Someone's gonna step on it. So I was on that.
Yes, my head is very shiny. How does the video look off the tripod? Does it look okay? We're live in Los Angeles. It's perfect out. It is about 70 degrees, 72 degrees Fahrenheit, 21, 22 Celsius. Looks good, okay. gonna try to talk to some people here. So if you guys can link to Jolly Good Ginger's TikTok page, if you can link to Mr. Checkpoint's Instagram, especially YouTube. He's on TikTok as well. Jolly, we're live right now on my.
Out to the people.
Do you want to tell the people that don't know who you are, first of all, let's get them up to speed.
Absolutely. So we are the Families United. It's myself. I'm well known as Jolly. I'm Jolly Good Ginger online on TikTok and Instagram. But I linked up with Jacob Blake Sr. probably a little over a year and a half ago, and we were on a podcast panel together, just so happened to be at the same time, and he loved my story, he loved my attitude. We linked up, became brothers, more than friends, and him and Bianca Austin, which is Brianna Taylor's aunt, they were already starting the group Families United. So his family, Jacob Blake's family, and Brianna Taylor's family unite together with the idea of going to community and standing in solidarity with the families of victims of police brutality. You gotta understand, when the police kill your loved one, nobody gives you a checklist. Nobody gives you a, here's what you do next list, right? They've been through it with Brianna. They've been through it with Jake. So they show up and show emotional support and solidarity, but they also provide resources and a guide list of what to do next. Jake told me their vision, and I was 100% on board. I've used my platform to boost what they're doing as much as I can. Al Sharpton and the National Action Network supports what we do. Benjamin Crump and his law office support what we do in terms of emotional support. And so whenever we're with the families, whatever resources they need, we got somebody we can call. We got somebody who we can help you provide the resource you need. So that's what we do. And then we put community events together like this. Along the way, George Floyd's brother, Travis Kane's joined us, as well as Cortez Rice from United We Walk joined us. We're growing quick and we love it, and we travel a lot. And
Was there an incident or an event that flipped the switch for you, where you were like, that's it, I gotta use my voice.
Well, I've been an activist for well over 15 years.
Okay.
Before I blew up on social media, I was an activist. I grew up in a racist household, a very racist household in a sundown town in North Carolina, in the mountains of North Carolina. A lot of people say I was raised around racism, but too scared to say I was raised by them. I understand I was raised by racism. I understand the bigotry and homophobia, Islamophobia, the misogyny, sexism, and racism that was built into me. And I spent the last 30 years of my life deconstructing that. And that's how I found my voice in activism, was fighting against the system. People say racism doesn't exist. Bullshit, I was raised in it. And people my age were too, my neighbors were too. And so don't tell me something that doesn't exist and I was a part of, and I was a member of, and I was bred and raised in. And so that's been my fight for a long time. And as I grew as an activist, I really got passionate about police brutality. I just really feel like our government as a whole, not just with police, but with the financial system, the medical system, the education system, every system we have in place disproportionately affects non-white communities. And that's a system of white supremacy that we must dismantle. And I take that full responsibility on myself as a white man to speak to white America about white supremacy, because that's where we have to end it. And that's how I got involved.
All right, man. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming out, man. Thank you. Thank you, man. All right. So I think that guy needs to work on his public speaking skills. I'm just kidding. That was awesome. That was awesome. That was amazing. Yeah, I was raised in a racist household as well. So, and I've spent some time undoing that. I'm also, as many of us are here, I'm not ashamed to say it, was also a former bootlicker. I mean, we were all raised that the police are our friends and the police are good and this and that. We've been indoctrinated that the police, you know, so.
You're now like, talking about literally behind
Let you run a face down. One Mac 11, if you boom with the bass down. Skimming, let me tell you about my life.
Not the best audio for interviews.
That makes sense.
A couple more people I want to talk to here.
Actually, I'm a family friend, but this is Ernie's dad.
Awesome. I'm going to not break up people mid-conversation. Let me know when you get willing to talk a little bit. Is that live? It'll be live on YouTube.
It's using your influence. Sometimes I did the same. Abuse of my time, full of resentment. Resentment that turned into a deep depression. Found myself screaming in the hotel room. I didn't want to self-destruct.
You
So I went money for answers.
Hey, you want to plug your channel? I'm live right now. Let's go outside the speaker here. So I met another photographer. So introduce yourself.
Yeah, so my name is John. I'm a full-time photojournalist independent. My organization is humanizingthroughstory.org.
Humanizingthroughstory.org?
Okay. I live and travel in a 95 GMC van across the country, investing in communities, telling the stories, mostly connected to environmental and racial justice work. Most recently, I was up at Line 3 in northern Minnesota, working with the Anishinaabe tribe. I'm passing through LA, heard about these events, so I'm here for a couple of days.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Cool. How long have you been doing this?
I've been taking photos since a kid, but photojournalism works was spurred on by a trip to Standing Rock in 2016.
Okay.
And that just kind of opened my eyes to a whole world I was privileged not to have to deal with.
Sure.
And so now my goal is just to elevate other voices and highlight them through my platform as best as possible.
Okay. The mods are going to post a link to your chat. Give me the name of your site again, one more time.
Humanizing Through Story.
Humanizingthroughstory.org?
Yes.
All right. Cool. Mods are going to be throwing that up in the chat. So,
Appreciate it.
all right, man.
Much love.
Awesome. Are you on TikTok also?
I'm not using that platform yet.
Okay. Cool.
But thanks.
Some other people are eating that I want to talk to, so I don't want to be a complete douche. Partial douchebaggery is okay, but complete douche. Eduardo, what's up? I'm not really in the chat here, so.
At the end of the day, we're going to make it, and they're good with it, you know? Regardless of what anybody else tells them,
So I didn't even realize that all of the body-worn cameras were not released. You know, there had to have been some chatter with the officers involved and their supervisors when they showed up to the scene. All right, let me go in the chat here for a minute.
with that being said, I would have, I shot her to the end.
Thank you, Willa Wright. What's the temperature here? Is it 82 in North Hollywood? Could be. A little bit warm. So this woman right here on the left of frame and dressed in all black, that is Brianna Taylor's auntie. And I'm fairly sure that the guy in the white there is George Floyd's brother. I could be wrong. I saw him on Jolly Good Ginger's TikTok page down at In-N-Out down at LAX. which is a Los Angeles. Doggy crew. I'm gonna go move my tripod before it walks off. A little too close to the public sidewalk for my my liking. Bear with me here for a moment. How's the picture, you guys? Is it still decent? I know the audio's got to be challenging with interviews. So the people that I want to talk to are either involved in conversation or eating. So trying to do the best that I can here. we go away from the speaker?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome.
Do you want to speak?
All right, we're talking with Brianna Taylor's aunt. All right, actually, they're going to be getting back up onto the microphone here in a little bit, so. You want to be in the sun or back to the sun? All right. Awesome. All right. So we're live on the Johnny 50 YouTube page. So introduce yourself to everybody that
Hello, my name is Chiquita, Chiquita. Last name Twyman, T as in Tom, Wyman. I am the oldest sister of Ryan Twyman, who was killed on June 6, 2019 by LA County Sheriff.
Awesome. So sadly, you got your membership here as everybody else did.
Right.
So, and I'm sure you've not gotten any answers since?
No. We are coming up on 3 years since my brother was killed, shot in his car shot and killed while sitting in his car over 34 times, unarmed. And we're coming up on 3 years, and we still to this day have not been contacted by the LA County Sheriff or their representative, and we also have not gotten any answers as well. But about a month ago, the sheriff, Alex Villanueva, went on TV to do a press conference, an impromptu press conference, stating that he would be running for re-election, and in the re-election speech decided to, say that he has decided to terminate one of the officers who killed my brother because he found him being negligent, and put the other officer on a 30-day suspension. So for me, I don't understand why you didn't contact the family and tell us that before your impromptu, town hall. Because if you was doing it really for some type of justice for my brother, you would have contacted us to let us know you were doing this press conference using my brother's name, and then probably asked us to be there. But you're doing it while asking for votes.
For political gain.
Exactly. So we just happened to hear about it on the news when it was going on.
That's horrible.
Horrible.
Okay. Is there a GoFundMe or anything that you want to plug, or any?
No, we don't have a GoFundMe or anything, but I would just like for everyone to know again that this is a really big local election year for Southern California, and to do your homework and know who you're voting for, what you're voting for. Alex Villanueva is running for re-election again, but I'm not endorsing him. I am from a member of a big local. We are not endorsing him, and my family would not be endorsing him. And so just make sure you do your due diligence on who you will be voting for mayor and for sheriff. Thank you again.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right. That was not who I thought it was. Hold on one second. You look beautiful.
I was in here trying to.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no, it's fine.
Okay. Let's come over here with your son. Back to the sun, be easier for you. All right. So we're live on YouTube, Johnny 50, and we're also doing a static recording here. So tell everybody who you are and why you're here.
My name is Bianca Austin, and I'm the aunt of Brianna Taylor. We is here in LA supporting families who's been victimized of police brutality and standing in solidarity with Valentina. of course, Daniel as well. Daniel Lopez.
Awesome. So how long are you out here in town?
So we flew in Thursday, so we've been here doing Thursday, doing some community work, networking, fellowshipping, and we fly out tomorrow.
Okay. So tell us a little bit about the Families United. So you got the shirt. Is that something new that you guys just put together?
So Families United is founded by me and Jacob Blake Sr., Jacob Blake Jr.'s father.
Right.
Since our tragedies, ourselves has built a relationship with each other. Like,
sure.
Like we're brothers and sisters.
Yeah.
At this point.
Tragic bond.
Tragic bonds, exactly. Instant connection. So, we've done a lot of talking. We've been reaching out to a lot of families and supporting a lot of families over the past year and a half or so, and just decided our calling has been kind of bigger than us. And,
right.
So we just decided to just start our own nonprofit organization where we just are there for family support, mentoring.
Okay. Is there a website attached here?
There is a website, familiesunited.org.
Okay.
We're on Facebook, Families United.
Okay.
We're on Instagram.
Yeah, and Senate gave me the PayPal link, so my moderators have been posting it, so people that donate, and so
Donations are important, and we travel.
It gets expensive.
Yeah.
It gets expensive. I just travel mostly by car, and it gets expensive. So you start getting hotels, and so.
Yeah. So just
awesome.
To keep the movement going, the momentum going.
Awesome.
And we feel like it's our responsibility to use our family tragic to help others.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. I'll let you get back. Let you back to lunch. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
How's the food, everybody? That's all. It's not that good then. How's the food, everybody? Okay. Vanessa Marquez was stolen from us on August 30th, 2018, South Pasadena. Vanessa Marquez, say her name.
Vanessa Marquez.
Say her name.
Vanessa Marquez.
Say her name.
Vanessa Marquez.
Justice for who?
Vanessa Marquez.
Here to speak on behalf of the Marquez family is Minerva. Please show her a warm welcome.
Let me know how the video is. We don't have the sticks. I can go get them if we need it.
First of all, I want to thank everybody. Say their names: Families United, Black Lives Matter, everybody, People's City Council who are out here supporting the families. This is not easy. We are on the sacred ground where a 14-year-old child, Valentina Peralta, was murdered by the Los Angeles Police Department not even 2 months ago. And business as usual. It's like 2 people weren't murdered here, Daniel and Elena Lopez.
That's right.
They fucking forget. The news cycle moves on.
That's right.
And the families are left to grieve.
That's right.
Quería decirle a la familia de Valentina Peralta mi más sentido pésame, porque me asesinaron a su niña de 14 años. A la familia de Daniela Elena López asesinaron a su hijo también. My friend Vanessa Marquez was shot by the South Pasadena Police Department August 30th, 2018. Just like Valentina, a weapon of war was used against my friend, an AR-22. My friend, who weighed 84 pounds, was disabled, was asking for medical help because she had seizures. Instead of helping her, they escalated the situation to the point where she felt she had to defend herself. She brought out a BB gun, and because of that, they shot at her 22 times. 5 of those bullets entered her body. Only one shot was enough to kill her. A weak woman with 10 police officers in her apartment. Her apartment wasn't even the size of this square footage right here. Imagine if you're disabled, there's 10 police officers on you. All because she didn't want to be 5150'd. She told them, I am fine, leave me alone. And they chose to escalate the situation. Just like Daniel and Elena Lopez. They could have brought in anybody else but the police. But no, they choose to kill the disabled, to kill those people with mental health crises, instead of actually talking to them like human beings. And I'm fucking tired! I'm tired of families having to be put on this list over and over and over. To the Blake family, to Brianna Taylor's family, to Marco Vazquez's family, to Alex Flores' family, Ernie Serrano's family. You know I'm here, I'm fighting with you every step of the way. But those of you who are here as people of conscience, we have to do more. We know we have 2 deadly law enforcement agencies in this area. Not only the LAPD, but also the Sheriff's Department, the most murderous law enforcement agency in the United States. And they must be brought down. I don't want to do any more reform. I want abolishment. No amount of reform is going to hold William Dorsey accountable for the murder of Daniel Elena Lopez and Valentina Peralta. This is why we need to band together, and action is what's needed. Call every Tuesday to the police commission, to the LA Police Commission every Tuesday, and demand justice for Valentina and Daniel. 2, call into the Board of Supervisors who's supposed to oversee the Sheriff's Department. One of their county supervisor seats is going to be up. Sheila Kuehl is about to retire. We need to put somebody in the progressive movement in that seat. It is the only way we're going to have any police accountability. This area is too corrupt. Eric Garcetti, who supposedly gave condolences to the Orellana Peralta family, he kept his mouth shut because the Biden administration told him to keep his mouth shut until he could be confirmed as the ambassador of India. He's gone. He doesn't give a shit about us. We have to be the ones to give a shit about us, about the families.
Eric Garcetti is the mayor.
Say we must think about 7 generations ahead. We have to, because there is a human rights crisis happening here in this area. Too many children of color, like AJ Weber, like Valentina, like Paul Rea, they have been stolen by police violence. And when are we going to say enough? We have been saying enough. The police harassment that happens against families like Ryan Twyman's and the Vazquez family. The Sheriff's Department comes and intimidates them to the point where they literally leave the area. Why should they have to bear the burden of that? None of us deserve that. We have lost loved ones in such an inhumane manner. Why do we have to be the ones to say, please protect us? It shouldn't even be a question. The public should say, stop. You will not harass anybody. You will be held accountable. And we will have justice for our families one way or another. So lastly, I want to thank you again, Laura, for inviting me. I've said their names. And I'm too emotional, I'm sorry. And it's so fucking hard. Time does not mitigate the pain. But I want you to remember my friend Vanessa. We met as actors. She had a long career before she got disabled and wasn't able to work anymore. She was a lot of fun. She was, as we say in Spanish, my comadre. She was my bestie. And to see her deteriorate and have no social services for her to take care of her. This is why I'm so enraged. I told Valentina's sister, es una rabia que me da. It's a rage. I don't know what to do with it. This is why I have to come out to these spaces to be able to deal with it. Because if somebody had listened to me, I begged for help for her. She was disabled. She was on the verge of being ousted from her apartment because she couldn't afford a rent. And what the social services people told me was, well, I can give you the number of a shelter. Good luck to you. How is a woman who cannot barely stand, take care of herself on the streets? This is why I fight for my friend, because her story is much more complicated than the police saying, oh, she was crazy. That's why she took out the BB gun. No, you pushed her to the edge. They pushed her to the edge. And she felt that was the only way she could defend herself. When they could have brought in a social worker to talk to her. There was a mile away, there was the sheriff crisis team who could have come and talked to her. Instead, they shot at her 22 times. Thank you all for listening. Please say her name, Vanessa Marquez. Say her name! Say her name! Say!
All right. What a horrible club to have to join.
Say her name. Say her name. Justice for who? Justice for who? What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now. If we don't get it, we're about to shut Burlington down, so be put on notice. Next up, Fred Holder was stolen from us on June 23rd, 2021, Norwalk, California. Here, say his name, Fred Holder. Fred Holder. Say his name. Fred Holder. Say his name. Fred Holder. Justice for who? Here to speak was today his sister, Haley Holder. Please give her a warm welcome.
Hello everyone, my name is Haley Holder. I would first like to send my condolences to all the impacted families that's been done injustice by the police department in general, the sheriff department. My brother's name was Frederick Holder. He was shot by Norwalk Sheriff Department 33 times. 17 of those bullets hit him. We weren't notified until a week later after his death of what had happened. We've been promised meetings with Sheriff Venezuela. We've been promised meetings with mayors, and nobody has gotten back to us. We went to meetings with Sheriff Venezuela, and we asked him, you know, what is going on with the case? Where is justice at? What is going on with the 3 officers that felt it was okay to take him away from us? He basically told us that they were still working, they're still out there doing their job, and that majority of all police-involved shootings are justified. So in my eyes, I felt like he was telling me that it was justified that 3 of his officers felt that it was okay to go and shoot 33 bullets at one unarmed man for nothing, for a traffic stop. It started off as a traffic stop, and they felt that it was okay to shoot 33 bullets. Those was 10 rifle bullets, big ass fucking rifle bullets, and 2 handguns being shot at him from both passenger and driver's side of the vehicle. And they said it was because he pointed a lighter torch at him. That's not true. My brother knew what to do when it came to being pulled over by the police. So for them to say that is really disheartening, is cruel. I want justice for my brother. I want justice for all of my brothers and sisters that's been injustice by the police. And I'm gonna fight to my last breath. And I tell you on this day, Haley Montana Holder is gonna fight with you with my last breath to get justice for all of us, because we all deserve it. We're not animals, and they don't even deserve to be done with cruelty, so we shouldn't either. And we're gonna stand up and we're gonna fight, and we're gonna get what we want. That's on that. Thank you.
Fred Holder! Fred Holder! Fred Holder!
Justice for who?
Fred Holder!
What do we want?
Justice!
When do we want it?
Now!
If we don't get it, if Fred don't get it. Marco Vazquez was stolen from us October 6, 2019. Marco Vazquez, say his name. Say his name. Say his name. Justice for who? To speak to us is his mother. Please give a warm welcome.
Good evening, everyone. First, I'd like to give my condolences to all the families, Valentina and Daniel and everyone else that's here with us, fighting the same fight. First, I'd like to say that I had to step away from social media and from all of this because mentally it was just taking me to another level. And so this weekend I came back, and I'm glad that I came back. You know, it's not easy being up here, and it's not easy seeing the stains of your son's blood on the driveway of your home. It's not easy seeing your grandkids and their pain. It's not easy having the flashbacks of watching your son murdered in your eyes, running to shelter him, covering him up, to be yanked away when you're hearing the last breaths of his life, the moaning of the pain that they caused on him. They also shot my other boy because of a lost bullet. Luckily, it wasn't fatal, but I could have lost both of my kids.
Love you! Love you!
They held us at the police station for over 10 hours. I asked if we were being recorded, and they told me that we can assume that anything in a police station would be recorded. I also told them that I wanted to leave. Multiple times I kept on saying I wanted to leave. Now I know I should have never gotten in that van. Now I know we should have never, none of us should have gotten in that van, so that we wouldn't be held captive and they wouldn't have gone into my home and ransacked and illegally confiscate things from my home. Illegal search. Well, they kept us captive in the police station. So there's a lot of things that now we know we should have never done. There's a lot of things that I hope that if anyone ever, unfortunately, I pray that no one has to ever go through this, knows to not do make the mistakes that we made. I went on social media the other day because I reached out to my grandson who I haven't seen in over 10 years. And one of my granddaughters found him, and I've been trying to see if he responds to my text. And in opening up Instagram, the first thing I see is Villanueva stating that all victims or people who have been killed by the cops are justified shootings. Well, you can't generalize and say that everyone deserved to get killed, because that's not true. My son was undergoing a mental health crisis. He asked for help. He was the first caller. There was 2 calls
On the first one, they tried to work with him. On the second one, they shot him without asking for any, and no questions asked, nothing. They just killed him. So, and there's many families who are in the same situation. The Ordaz family, many we know are in that situation. How can we generalize and say that everybody deserves to get shot by the cops and it's justified? No, they're not. The other thing he said that I read is that he's asking for everybody to hold and desist of saying that there's gangs in the sheriff's department. Why should we shut up? Why should we say that there are no gangs in the sheriff's when this asshole can't even respond to a subpoena? This asshole does not respond to the subpoenas. He does not follow the law himself. And he breaks the law in front of everybody in every civilian oversight meeting, in every board of supervisors meeting. He keeps on breaking the law himself and does not follow it. So why should we follow what he tells us to do when he's murdered our kids, when he's murdered our family, and he doesn't give two shits about them? So why should I give two shits about him? I don't agree with him, and I don't agree with a lot of these laws because we keep on passing laws, and I hope that one day this will stop. All we got to do is keep on praying, and like he says, we have to keep on sharing that love, but sometimes it's really hard. And sometimes it's really hard to stand up here, to keep on going. And sometimes we need you to help us, to give us that motivation to keep on going. So thank each and every one of you guys for being here to support us, to make us strong. Mr. Checkpoint, I love your work. Keep on going. It's amazing what you guys can do for us. I hope we can do something for you as well, because we're here to help each other, not to ruin each other or to take anyone down, but to keep us up.
We love
Thank
you.
you.
Marco Vazquez, say his name. Justice for who? When do we want it? If we don't get it, shut it down. Ryan Twyman was stolen from us June 6, 2019 in Compton, California. Ryan Twyman, say his name. Say his name. Say his name. Justice for who? His sister Chiquita Twyman's here to speak with us. Please give her a warm welcome.
Hello. First, I want to also give a condolences to all the families. You know, this is our membership. This is our gang now. So, you know, we just got to make sure that we stand, you know, with each other. I also would like to say thank you to the families who travel to come out and support us. But we would like to also tell you guys we are in support of you guys as well. Again, my name is Chiquita Twyman. Last name spelled T as in Tom, W-Y-M-A-N. My little brother's name is Ryan Twyman. He was killed in Compton, California, while sitting in his car unarmed, June 6, 2019. Shot over 34 times, and 18 of the bullets entered into his body. We were first told after 24 hours, before we can even get any help, questions, you know, is that my brother sitting in that car? Which we knew because my brother's kid's mother had just taken the kids out of the car, out of their 2 car seats that was still in the back seat, and walked them into the house. And before she could walk back out the house, as she was walking up to the car, she can see her kid's father being killed by these officers. So she ran up to the car, and as she was running up to the car, the officers, like 8 of them, grabbed her, and she started punching, and as she's punching, trying to get to the car where she can see her kid's father is dead in the car, they beat her, punched her, slammed her on the ground, arrested her, and took her to jail. Myself, I've been a community advocate for since about 2009, and so I've done this work for families in the community for plenty of years, and I would have never expected to get the call that it was time to actually stand and speak for my own brother. I couldn't believe it. But once I seen my mother folded over on the ground, couldn't breathe, and my father, who I've never seen cry in my life, at that time I was 40 and now I'm 43, I had never seen my dad cry. And so that's what made me stand up and continue this fight, to fight for my brother. My brother have 3 kids. At the time, they were 1, 2, and 2. Now they're 3, 4, and 5. Amazing young men. I'm just in the fight for them because this is crazy to me. I live down the street in walking distance to this Burlington. I actually was coming to this Burlington when this happened. I got here when they was putting up the yellow tape. And I said, what happened? Did somebody die? And they told me yes. They only said that the man, Daniel, was in and he had a fight and he had got killed. Never mentioned a young lady. I called my mom. She said it's on the news now. And it was like hours before they mentioned that that a kid was in the store and had gotten killed. Like, this is crazy to me. This year, we have a really big local election year for our community, Southern California. The sheriff is up for election. The mayor is up for election. A board of supervisors seat is up for election. City council is up for election. Assembly is up for election. This election is more important than y'all getting Trump out of office. This election is more important than getting Trump out of office. So you know that that's important. You know it's important. So make sure that you do your due diligence. You do your homework. You make sure that you know what you're voting for. Make sure that your families know what you're voting for. There is power in numbers. We cannot do this alone. If we out here supporting each other, supporting the families, supporting us is making sure you vote and you telling 1 or 2 or 3 people, because those 1, 2, and 3 people is going to tell someone else. And make sure, don't just tell them, make sure they get to the ballots. Make sure they get to the polls, because we got to take it back over. The sheriff, I hate to say his name, he went on a town hall last month, and in his impromptu town hall, he stated that he was running for re-election, and in the conversation of his impromptu town hall, he said that he had decided, himself, the leader of the gang, because he's a gang member, and he's the leader. So he said that he had took it up on himself to fire one of the officers who killed my brother and put the other officer on 30-day suspension. No, Mr. Sheriff. There was 2. But for me, I didn't understand why in that same conversation of asking for political votes, you would use my brother's name. When you not once called my mother. Not once called my mother. We are about to come up on 3 years down. My mother has not received 1 phone call from the sheriff, from their union, to say anything about my brother. But you would go on TV and ask for political votes. with using my brother's name and say, oh, that you fired someone after 3 years. That doesn't sit well with me, because if you were doing it for justice for my brother, you would have called my mother and let my mother know previously. And you would have asked my mother, would she like to have been there? That's how we know you full of shit. Straight up. That's how we know you full of shit. And you will not be in office. And for the other officers, I just hate that, for me, when these officers they kill our family and they hurry up and rush to give us these civil suits. I think that the Board of Supervisors should make sure when you're paying out these families, you take their pensions from them. You take their homes. You make sure that their kids go to community college. Because you're stealing from us, so we just want to take back from you. Because you paying a civil suit is only giving us taxpayers back our own money for you killing our kids. You come into our home where we employ you, us the taxpayers, and you kill us. You hunt us down, you kill us. You come to our community, you come to my home, you harass my family. We can't even sit on my porch anymore because you drive down the street and you harass us. We had a family gathering. I have a big family. My family, immediate family, is big as everybody is out here. You can see us on video and everything. You can ask everybody for their ID. It's going to be the same last name. The police came and said, we was having a barbecue. They said, somebody called the police. Somebody called the police and you come show up at my home with your guns out? You full of shit. And the police then said, oh, well, I said, you already killed my brother. What are you going to do, come and kill somebody else? The one officer said, it wasn't us. We're Compton PD. That was the sheriff. At the end of the day, that's your brother. And if in fact he's guilty, you're guilty. And you're guilty from the beginning. Like we are guilty until proven innocent, you're guilty until proven innocent. There's no innocent until proven guilty in the state of California, and definitely not in Compton. Definitely not in Compton. In the United States. These families are her daughter. These families are out here to support us. These kids have been killed in their homes. That's crazy to me. Why do we pay rent? Why do we pay mortgage? And you can come into our homes and kill us. We might as well just live there and you pay for it. Like that's crazy to me. I am so upset. I've been so emotional since this happened to this young lady. I don't even come here anymore. I don't even come in this parking lot. I can get down and I can walk to my house. I don't even come to this park. I will not give my money to business that is, my brother has been dead about to be 3 years this year. I'm not okay. I am not okay. So I know that a family's daughter that was killed 3 months ago is not okay. But guess what's going on behind me? Business as usual. That is horrible. Horrible. So again, make sure you do what you're supposed to do for your community. Not just come out and support us and give us hugs. Make sure you vote and you know what you're voting for. Thank you, and you have a nice day. Say his name. Say his name. Say his name. Fuck the police.
She talked about how elections are important. If you're here today and you are not registered to vote and you're over the age of 16, where's my young lady? They're waving her hands right there. I want you to see her. She got voter registration forms on site. Okay? For those of you who may have been formerly incarcerated, that doesn't mean you can't vote. Please see her. If you think you can't vote, she'll tell you you're wrong. Go register, okay? Let's give her a hand for showing up with those forms. We have to vote in elections. Okay, we have to get out these corrupt politicians. What Mr. Kane called the fly-by-night politicians, we gotta get them out. Okay? Firas Murad was stolen from us on May 27, 2015. Firas Murad, say his name. Say his name. Say his name. Justice for who? His sister's here to speak some words for us, Ms. Gada Murad. Please give her a warm welcome.
Hi everybody. Thank you for being here. Give me 1 second. So today we're here to represent Valentina and Daniel. Her and his memory will live with us forever, and we'll never stop fighting for justice for him and her as well, for both of their families. The way that both of them were taken from us is outrageous and unjust, just fucking ridiculous. Something that I've noticed in common between a lot of our families is that who have lost loved ones to police terrorism, it's not violence, it's terrorism, is that they terrorize individuals that are going through mental health crises. It's ironic how their slogan is serve and protect. Families and friends who sought care for their loved ones expected protection and care when they seek out help, but it's almost as if we are better off calling up the mafia. I genuinely think that they would have done a better job. After all, the police force is just a government-funded gang that is here to terrorize our families without repercussions. We lose our families in the most relentless ways possible, and we are then stuck with our grief, and that doesn't stop there. Yesterday I was talking with Haley Holder, I don't know where she is, but about how the grief that comes with losing a family member to police violence is multifaceted. So basically, your family member is not just killed in some accident on the freeway or some natural cause like, you know, like cancer or diabetes or some sort of illness. We lose somebody to somebody who's supposed to protect us. So we are not only grieving the loss of the presence of this person, they're absent now. We're also grieving the loss of our trust in the world. We don't trust people, and we go through lawsuits, and we don't know if we can trust our lawyers. We don't know if we can trust our government. We don't know if we can trust our friends. We don't know if we can trust our families. We don't know if we can trust anybody. So it's just this multifaceted grief, and it's just crazy how, like, when it's placed on the media, it's like, oh, this person got killed by the police. Here's some media coverage for a week, and you can go fuck yourself. So basically, when we try to stand up for our families, we're hunted down for speaking up, we're criticized, and we're harassed by white supremacists for defending what is right. And I know damn well if any of those motherfuckers lost a family member like we did, they'd shift real fast and begin realizing the truth about cops. They are blind, and I'm devastated that it would take them physically losing a family member, if that, for them to believe us. So my brother, Firas Murad, was shot and killed on May 27th of 2015 in Long Beach after ingesting psilocybin, aka magic mushrooms, and having an adverse reaction. Firas jumped from a 2-story window and needed immediate medical attention. He was unarmed, bleeding, and confused, and instead of getting medical assistance, Officer Hernandez of Long Beach Police Department, fuck you, Matthew Hernandez, by the way, he shot my brother 5 times while there were firefighters standing there willing to aid Firas. They were literally telling him, let us help. You know, he just got pissed off that my brother was not obedient, literally word for word obedient. So it's just, it's not a matter of just the officer being afraid. It's a part of them becoming a part of a police gang. He wanted to kill somebody that day. He wasn't afraid of my brother. He just is a fucking dickhead, and he wanted to kill somebody. So I'm tired of seeing these innocent lives lost to state-sanctioned violence. I'm tired of qualified immunity. I'm tired of my brother's life and all these beautiful family members, loved ones, being taken from us far too soon. I'm tired of white supremacists making decisions for our families and deeming our loved ones obsolete. I'm tired of seeing the detrimental effect of losing our loved ones to police violence, terrorism. But most of all, I'm tired of the concept that cops can do no wrong. That is, if they do, anyone and everyone who can possibly hold them accountable works alongside them or is a fucking racist. I'm tired of lack of accountability and protection of criminal, rapist, murderous cops. Yeah. I'm tired of these institutions covering cops' asses at all costs, off duty or not. Lastly, I'm tired of narcissistic failures on a power trip with no basic concept of compassion, humanity, and understanding of what it is to protect an individual being in charge of protecting me and my loved ones. I'm just tired as fuck of knowing that a wimp-ass motherfucker is equipped with a gun and can murder me if he is having a bad day, and can fabricate a story indicating that I was a threat and not being held accountable for it whatsoever. The standards for cops are too low, and without cameras, we wouldn't be anywhere near where we are today. Imagine that. I'd like to say that there is hope when it comes to the aftermath. After Firas was killed, I started immense therapy. After a year, I began having panic attacks that I couldn't eat after I saw Officer Hernandez in court. The fact that all the testimonies reflected that the officer used excessive force was deemed just by the jury, and we lost our case, and that made me feel like life was completely bleak, meaningless, and that justice didn't even exist. I began taking antidepressants, anti-anxiety medication, and joined Say Their Names LA for community support. Additionally, I've joined some other organizations like DPN, and I'm immensely grateful for the community I have to help me. Now you guys. Please reach out if you need resources. Reach out to me privately if you need anything and you're concerned about judgment, fear, or anything at all. I'm here, and all of us are, and you deserve to be here. Before I close, I just want to say that they get frustrated when they hear our voices, so stay loud. I've been facing the horror of my brother's murder for almost 7 years. I'm not expired, I never will be, and neither will any of you. Fight the good fight and never get tired of fighting for your loved ones. Cops are wimps, considering they draw their guns and commit violence at the perception of any threat, real or imagined. Imagine how terrifying it is for them to hear our voices, so stay loud. I'd like to remind everyone in the entire universe to not lose sight of the fact that these people aren't numbers. I want to close with a poem by my brother that he wrote a little bit before he died. And just want to animate our loved ones, because again, the media likes to make our loved ones seem like nothing, like they were just kind of, I don't know, a piece of paper or something. So, a number, exactly. This is a poem by Firas. I don't know if it's a poem. He left it on his computer 10 days before he died. I feel as if the people who enter and leave my life will remember an incomplete memory of me. My mistakes with them encompass who I was. The experiences shared with them were my lesson to grow as an individual. I almost wish that the world didn't pull us apart, because that way people could see how they helped someone grow, that the pain that they felt wasn't in vain, although it may have been sacrificial in nature. That's the tragic irony of life. You never get to see the fruits of your labor, at least if the labor was well intended. You shouldn't want to, though. If you do, then that pain wasn't selfless. It isn't the best resolution, but if life were convenient, then the world wouldn't tear you apart in the first place. It's not something you can fix or change. It's not something you mourn either. It's something to be understood. It's not something to be understood or avoided either. It's something that is sad, but is beautiful too. So this is just a reminder that the cops pulled my brother from me, and he remembers an incomplete memory of me. And we were actually kind of irritated with each other before he died. So it's just really important to remember the trauma that comes with killing somebody. And I really wonder how cops go to sleep at night, knowing that they killed somebody and facing them in court and lying through their teeth. And I just remember like seeing my mom like 10 feet away from this cop, and he just doesn't give a single fuck. Like, what kind of people are they putting in charge or in charge of our lives? It's really weird. But that's all I had to say. Thank you for having me here. And I'm sorry, I'm not a good impromptu speaker, so I had to read off my phone. Thank you so much. And one more time, justice for us. Say his name. Say his name. Thank you, guys.
I like how she said fuck the police. So listen, let's get this right one time. I said 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 9, 10, 11. I said 9, 10, 11. Fuck the police! That's right. David Ordas Jr. was stolen from us March 14, 2021 in East LA. David Ordas Jr., say his name. Say his name. Say his name. Justice for who? His daughter Emily Ordas is going to join us. Please give her a warm welcome.
Hi everyone. I'm gonna try to keep this short. My dad was killed, like he said, March 14, 2021. He was suicidal and having a mental health crisis. My dad struggled with drug addiction, and you know how police take that. They think that that's permission to take someone's life. He was killed in front of the rest of my family.
Love you, Emily. Love you. Love you.
This is my little sister, and this is my uncle. My uncle had to see his own brother's dead body in the pavement in front of our home. My uncles and my aunts, my grandparents, my cousins, they had to see that.
Hi, I'm David Ordas Jr.'s little brother. I'm his youngest brother. One of the things that I wanted to bring up is how sometimes to me it feels like it's a cycle. You know, they come after people with mental issues and then they murder them in front of their families like they did my brother, and then we come down with our own PTSD. And now they're looking at us the same way, and now they're gonna come after us to kill us and just keep repeating the cycle. That's just one of the things that I wanted to bring up, because my brother was a great guy. I mean, he was amazing. He would make you laugh on your saddest day. Like, there's no way you couldn't be happy around him. Everybody was smiling, even when you were down. And it just sucks because I still have those days. I get those days more often now, and I don't have that person anymore to help me out. And knowing that I had him before, like, it sucks. Like, I wish I would have never had him to begin with, because I would have never known that joy. And now, having that taken away from me hurts more than if I never had it. But anyway, thank you guys for listening. I just wanted to make sure you guys know that all the families in here, we all have some kind of impact on us. So, you know, let's look out for each other, you know. Anyway, thank you guys for listening.
Say his name! Say his name! Say his name!
David Ordas Jr. Sorry guys, I know I struggled a bit.
It's alright,
You know, being an impacted family, it's a group that you don't want to be a part of. Before all of this happened, I would like to say I was pretty involved and, you know, educated on how activism was going at the time in 2020. But it's nothing like what I'm experiencing now. I was never as involved as I am now. I'm sorry guys, I'm a little bit nervous. I'm usually pretty good at this, I promise. You know, like Leticia Vazquez said, I opened up Instagram and I saw that Sheriff Alex Villanueva thought it was okay to say that impacted families aren't valid in the pain that they feel after losing a loved one, and that it's totally justified what they did to Marco, what they did to Alex, what they did to all the families that have had to lose their loved one in that way. But there was something different with my dad's. I don't know what it was, and I still won't know what it is. He tried to say that my dad's wasn't justified. I don't know what the difference is. The same thing happened to Marcos. The same thing happened to him. The same exact situation. They were both murdered in front of their family. They were both having a mental health crisis, and those officers thought it was justified to kill them in front of their families, in front of their daughters, you know, in front of his daughters. I told Alex Villanueva to his face that I don't understand. I don't understand what's going on. I had to tell him that. I had to remind him that, you know, his officers killed my dad, and we haven't had any info on it at all whatsoever. They haven't given us any update. One of the officers was taken off duty, but we don't even know which one it is, because that's how careless LASD is when it comes to us. They don't care about us. He goes to these community events and likes to pretend that he cares about his community, but when it comes to us, we're just outcasts. I can't say much more. Do you? I want to say I've had such a good time meeting all these new families. I'm usually better at speaking, but hopefully next time I can.
Say his name. Say his name. Say his name. Justice for who? Brandon Glenn, stolen from us May 5th, 2015, Virginia Beach, California. Brandon Glenn, say his name. Say his name. Say his name. Justice for who? His cousin Grace is here to speak for the family. Please give her a warm welcome.
Hi, everybody. I just first want to take a second because I think it's really hard to understand, unless you are a family affected, the amount that this takes out of you to stand in front of people and talk about one of the hardest things that's ever happened to you in your life, just to try to convince them that your loved one is worth caring about. Having to like constantly scream and yell to make people think that the person that you love who died actually was a person who didn't deserve to die, right? Like, people don't go through that. When your mom dies of cancer or a car accident or whatever happens, you get to grieve in your family and you get to all be with each other and everybody feels for you and everybody supports you, and then you talk about it when you want to talk about it and you don't talk about it for the years you don't want to talk about it. But when this happens to you, you're pushed into this kind of forced spotlight, which most people are not equipped emotionally to deal with. The amount that it takes out of you to go in front of people and just rip your soul open while you have cops laughing at you, or people on their phone, or people not even listening. So you feel like you have to, you know, show more and do more and talk more. And I just really want the people who aren't families to really help alleviate that pressure from us. Because I'm so tired of talking about the day that Brendan was killed. I hate talking about it. It doesn't feel good to talk about it. It hurts to talk about it. It hurts. So please, please, people who aren't families, please start showing up to things again. I'm so discouraged when I look at these crowds and I think about all the people in 2020 who were swarming the streets, who were outraged, who were at protests every single day for weeks on end, but yet they can't be bothered on a Sunday to show up for the families they swore that they would be there for forever. Just because now it's not on your feed anymore, now it's not so popular, but so many people have died since 2020 at hands of cops. So many people have died since then. It's not like though that summer happened and because it was on the forefront of your mind, and now that it's not on the forefront of your mind, all the families are okay and everybody got justice and everything's going awesome and the police totally learned their lesson. That's not what happened.
That's right.
And I'm so sick of coming out to things and not seeing the support that we saw before. I want to see the same support as before. I want to see that you weren't full of shit, posting on Instagram and saying that you were going to care forever. I want to feel like you actually care about me forever and care about my family and care about my cousin's son.
So I don't want to talk about the day that Brendan died today just because it is so hard to talk about. But I want other people to talk about it and look into it and research it and learn about it. And I want people to do that every time they see a new case that happens. Look into it, learn about it. Don't just see the article and be like, oh yeah, this person, society said they're forgettable. Oh, they must have deserved to die. Look into it every single time. Form your own opinions. Do your own research. So, I guess we can say his name. It's also just like one more thing, I'm sorry, it's just so hard now because, yeah, it's just his like son is older now, right? And it's like the older that a kid gets, like the harder it is to explain. And it's hard to like watch someone come to terms with the fact that like their parent was taken in this like very public, like videoed way that thousands of people have watched your dad die, right? Like that's just such a hard thing to tell a kid and like have them understand. And like that's the thing with all these families, right? It's like it never ends, right? Like you're still having to go through that all the time. So say his name. Say his name. Thank you guys all so much, and please keep coming out and supporting families. We need you guys to talk for us. It takes a lot for us to do this.
Say his name. Say his name. Justice for who? What do we want? When do we want it? If we don't get it, if we don't get it, fuck the system. Oscar Grant was stolen from us January 1st, 2009. Oscar Grant, say his name. Say his name. Justice for who? Justice for who? Here to give us a few words is Uncle Bobby. Give him one warm welcome.
Well, hello, everyone. Hello. Thank you. Let's just take a moment of silence for Valentina and Daniel. As you know, two of the most recent, I shouldn't say most recent, because sadly it happens pretty much almost every 8 hours. But while we're here today, let's take a moment of silence for them too, please. Thank you, thank you. I am the uncle of Oscar Grant, affectionately known to the community as Uncle Bobby. On January 1st, 2009, in Oakland, California, at the Fruitvale BART station, my nephew Oscar was murdered. And since that was 13 years ago, many of you may not know exactly what happened, so I'm just gonna travel back in time for a moment and hope I don't get stuck there, but just give you an introduction to what happened to Oscar and where we're at today. Of course, Oscar and his friends went to see the fireworks in San Francisco. They was coming back on the BART train, and an alleged fight supposedly broke out, which really wasn't a fight, but that's what the police alleged to justify what happened. And of course, the train was detained. The officer pulled Oscar and his friends off the train. Of course, he punched Oscar. Just so that you'll know, it's all caught on video. You can see him punch Oscar, he kneed Oscar, excuse my language, he called Oscar a bitch ass nigger twice before they threw him to the ground.
3 times.
I'm sorry, called him a bitch ass nigger 3 times before they threw him to the ground. Officer Mesley was 6'7", 270 pounds. Tony Peroni, the aggressor of the whole incident, was 6'1", 250 pounds. He put his knee on Oscar's neck, remember George Floyd. He put his hands on his face, pushing his face through the concrete floor, cracking the bones in his face. This is all documented. Oscar had he had 600 pounds of officer on his back. As the officer pulled his hands behind his back to handcuff him, Johannes Mesley stands up, shoots Oscar center mass in the back. The bullet goes through his body, hit the concrete, bounce back up, penetrates his lung, collapses his lung, and of course Oscar dies. Give me a second, because it's always painful, as you heard families talk about, when we take a moment into that actual incident. But all this was caught on video. So, I can tell you what happened, but you can witness for yourself by simply just Googling Oscar's name. But this is what's important, what I want to share. It's not the death, but it was the resurrection. It was because of all of you, many that were standing there, that embraced us as a family, stood with us as a family, cried with us as a family, went back and forth to court with us to help us seek justice for Oscar, but most importantly, came out and said, I am Oscar Grant. And because you're standing here, you're saying right now, I am Valentina. I am Daniel. You hear what I'm saying? And it was because of that embrace. It was because of your love and your concern to shout, I am Oscar Grant. For the first time in California state history. Listen to what I'm saying. For the first time in California state history, an officer was arrested, charged, convicted, and sent to jail. Now, I want to be clear. We don't count that as a victory because we're talking about 13 years later and we're standing here for Daniel and Valentina. But what we do count it as is a historical mark in time. We cannot let Johannes Mesley be the only police officer in the whole state of California to ever go to jail for the murder of one of our loved ones. You hear what I'm saying? And the only way that's going to change is for those of you that are out here to continue to embrace families that's been impacted by this violence, share with your families at home. There's egregious act that we consistently see that they need to be involved and bring them out when you come out so that numbers can continue to double. You hear what I'm saying? We have to be vocal in creating a mass movement to really bring about this systemic change. In that 13 years since, I want to be clear, we have made some advances. 2015, keep in mind, you can go Google yourself. Sadly, every year in the state of California alone, 175 to 200 Californians are killed by the police. Since Oscar's murder, over 1,500 has been killed here in the state of California. Over 15,000 in the United States. You get what I'm saying? We're talking about 3 a day. So it requires us to remember this is not even about us. This is not about me, but it's about our grandbabies. Yeah. It's about your babies and your great-grandbabies. That is why we stand, because the faith for you to stand today, for them, will be their demise tomorrow. You're called into this war because you're standing here. Do not go home and turn a blind eye when you see it happen again. Be outraged. Become involved. Embrace a family. Support a family. Do something that you can help them travel through this pain. I'm clear. Had it not been for all of you embracing us and loving on us, we wouldn't have been able to make it. Had it not been for all of you embracing and loving on us, we wouldn't have got the first officer convicted. So we got work to do. All of us. We've been here, I can't count the number of times we've been here speaking just like this in front of so many of you, all throughout the state of California and all across this nation. This is an egregious act that is happening, and many of us were sleeping on it. It's an egregious act that's been happening that many of us didn't think, because it didn't happen at your door, that you didn't need to be involved. And sadly, many of the families that are involved today were in the same state of mind that you may be in today. So it's my hope that you hear these families as they call out and share their pain with you, that you put on their shoes, that you become involved and that you do what you can to help them find some solace and some real justice for the sake of their loved one. We want to just say we love all of you, from Oscar, from myself, to my grandchildren, and even our children, and then our great grandbabies that are to come. You know, we will win. We are bringing about systemic change. And remember this, it's a question. What is the role of the police? Is the police here to serve and protect us or the state? And until you understand what the role of the police is, the killing will continue. The role of the police is here to protect the state. It is to create the degradation and the homelessness and the issues that we see within our communities. And the reason why so many of us are being killed by the police across this country. But we can change that. I can go on and on and on, but I just want to thank you for allowing us to take you back 13 years to a spot that is very painful to us as a family, to just share with you that many were not in this battle back then, and may not even really be clear about what happened with Oscar Grant. But no, right, the movie Fruitvale Station, just so that you know, for all those who have seen it and those who may go see it, is 98% accurate. Ryan Coogler, the director, Michael B. Jordan playing Oscar Grant, Octavia Spencer playing my sister. If you have not seen the movie, see it. And what's so powerful about it, my nephew Oscar was getting ready to be married to Safina, who is one of our Brown sisters. They produced a daughter, Tatiana, today, who is 17 years old, and she just produced in this world another nephew of mine, another Oscar. And so we love on her, we thank her, but it's important that the brown community, the black community, and communities of color recognize that this heinous act is being perpetrated on us. And that in order for us to bring about a change, we can't be asking them to do it. We have to begin to open our mouths and say that this is an egregious act and it has to stop. And let me pin it there. Daniel, Valentina, you know, we love you. We love the family. We're here to support the family. And the wife, you know, I don't want to forget, her cousin, Gail Keaton Smiley, was also murdered by the police in Detroit. You know, and so, you know, our story has been doubled and sadly just way blew off the charts because we've always tried to support families that's been impacted. You know, and again, Families United for Justice of California is here to support, work with you, and we do have various events that we do, especially the conferences. We make sure when we have these conferences here that all you do is show up. You know, we try to raise the funds to make sure that you have at least 2 to 3 days to relax, network, embrace other families, get some workshops about the mental trauma that we go through in the stages through the process, but more importantly, to love on each other. Because it's gonna take love for us to bring about real freedom, justice, and equality. We love all of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Say his name.
Oscar Grant.
Say his name.
Oscar Grant.
Say his name.
Oscar Grant.
Thank you.
So Ernie Serrano was stolen from us December 15, 2020 in Riverside, California. Let's say his name.
Ernie Serrano.
Let's say his name.
Ernie Serrano.
Let's say his name.
Ernie Serrano.
Justice for who?
Ernie Serrano.
Justice for who?
Ernie Serrano.
We have his aunt, Sandra Serrano, is going to give a few words for her. Please give her a warm welcome, man.
Hi y'all, some of you have heard this before, but we're gonna do it again. Every time we get together, we're gonna say the same shit.
over and over and over until everybody knows the truth. This is indigenous land. This is the land of the Tongva, of the Gabliano, of the Chumash, of the Achaman, of the Serrano, of the Luceño, of the Cahuilla, and hundreds of First People communities that were here before us. Let's give them some love. Their ancestors are listening. They are here with us. The first case of police brutality was in 1491. When colonizers came to this land, colonizers came here and killed native people because they didn't understand who we were, about our communities, what we were doing here, protecting the earth and protecting each other since time immemorial. After that, they killed us by the thousands. They tried to erase us, attempted genocide. And then they went on to do that to black community, to brown community, to API community, to the poor, to the houseless, to the disabled, the people in crisis, the undocumented, the addicted, the traumatized, the women, the femme, the LGBTQ. But we say, ya basta, no more. A newspaper article just came out that the police that killed Ernie Serrano in Riverside, in Jurupa, in the Stater Brothers, even after the coroner came out saying it was homicide, that he was asphyxiated, now they're saying he died of drug addiction. Bullshit. 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 But they've been lying to us since the very beginning. They lied about the treaties. They lied to black folks when they said they were free. They lied when they said we didn't belong here. They lied about the American dream. They steady lying. That's right. This ain't a new thing. We've been here before. And we know, although they try to criminalize our communities, it is not a crime to be in crisis. That's right. I'm gonna say something and you're gonna say not a crime. Be in crisis, not a crime. Mentally ill, not a crime. Homeless, not a crime. Disabled, not a crime. Sex worker, not a crime. Poor, not a crime. It's not a crime for us to be human. It's not a crime for us to struggle. And we need to hold them accountable together. I have relatives that are police officers. And I'm gonna say this every time I come on this mic. If you got relatives that are first responders or law enforcement, you cannot give them a pass. You need to hold them accountable more than anyone else and say, fuck the police. You need to demand abolition, whether it's your family, your friends, your relatives, your neighbors. I don't care who it is. You need to demand that they be held accountable. No justice. No peace. No justice. No peace. Fuck the police. Fuck the police. And I want you to also know, as a worker, as someone who is involved in labor, those labor unions for police are not with us. They're not with working families. They're not with working communities. They're killing our people, and we know it. So I want you to know, labor stands with you. Workers stand with you. Fuck those police unions. We also want to hold the corporations that are accountable, who are in bed with the police and the system, and that's Stater Brothers. So boycott Stater Brothers. Boycott Stater Brothers. Boycott Stater Brothers. Boycott Stater Brothers. Boycott Burlington. Boycott Burlington. Boycott Burlington. Boycott Burlington. I'm gonna close this up with a poem. This poem is based on a favorite line from my favorite poet, Maya Angelou. In one of her poems, she says a quote about being ready to rage, readiness to rage. So here you go. I'm too old to march like I used to. Time has made my bones brittle and my backbone weak. Now I'm at the tender age where at last my boots shake. Not at the wicked white supremacy, not at the ideals of a failed democracy, not at brutal cops and their BS hypocrisy. It's the notion that this march too will be for nothing. My heart trembles and aches to know that tomorrow we gotta face back to business as usual in this cold, heartless place. That after the waves of faces pass, after the tears of mothers grieving in mass, long after the last ballot has been cast, we will still be here, screaming and shouting for justice, chanting in rhythm, praying and mourning for our folks in death and in prison, ready to share the pain in our core, ready to break down the motherfucking door, ready to yell till our voices are no more. Will they hear the pain we feel? Will the skies suddenly open and the birds share in our cries? Will hearts be touched by the sorrow they see deep in our eyes? I doubt it. I doubt will we get past their fears. I doubt they can stand to see our tears. I doubt it will be different than all the past years. I'm too old to march. Yes, it's true. But I will never be too old for what's due. After years of protests and centuries of pain, many have nothing to lose and everything to gain. By speaking the language of the unheard, by taking our action beyond just a word, by saying fuck a system that's gotten absurd, we are finally ready to truly unify, ready to turn the page, ready to abolish police, ready to break out of this cage, ready for the long, hard fight, and finally, oh finally, ready to rage. Say his name, Ernie Serrano. Say his name, Ernie Serrano. Say his name, Ernie Serrano.
Justice for who? Justice for who? First of all, that poem was beautiful. That poem was beautiful. That wasn't just words, that was turning pain into power. I love it. I love it. Mauricio Baron was stolen from us October 10, 2016 in Irvine, California. Mauricio Baron, say his name. Say his name. Say his name. Justice for who? His mother Leticia is here to say some words to us. Please give her a warm welcome.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Leticia Baron, the mother of Mauricio Baron. Just want to thank all the families that are here, Valentina and Lopez family also, for inviting us to come out and kind of share our stories with our loved ones. It's a sad coincidence that we all have to be family, but at least if we're empowering each other, we could get through anything. So my son too was having a mental health crisis, possibly, we're still to this day. He was killed October 10th, 2016. After being hit by a car on the I-5 freeway in Irvine, by Irvine Spectrum, a CHP officer decided to roll up and shoot my son 3 times for no reason. He was unarmed and injured. They said he was coming at him 50 feet, 40 feet, sidestepping to the cop and said, "Oh, I have a gun, I'm gonna shoot you." In fact, my son was injured, so that was the narrative of their story. Unfortunately, with all cases, I don't know, but they all cover up in lies, and you guys are going to be finding out with if you guys take it or have a detective or investigator, working on yours. Me personally, I decided to go up myself and become my own voice, my own detective, my own forensic specialist, and decide to find out what really happened to my son. It's taken me 5 years. I lost in court 2018-19 with one of the highest paid attorneys in California. He got paid, I found out, from the state. I lost. I appealed it. I received a letter saying that if I was to appeal this case, And it became case law for unarmed people going into a shooting stance that this case could take precedent and be in trouble for police misconduct cases for future reference. So I appealed it. I had nothing to lose. I don't have a lawyer. Well, the appeals court found merit in my case, and they decided to hire a pro bono attorney to help me. I just had that case done after 2.5 years waiting. Unfortunately, January 5th, I just received the notice. Once again, the panel of judges still justified, they said we can't go back into trial. Once again, I fought them, and I asked for a rehearing. The Ninth Circuit of Court of Appeals just granted me a rehearing, pro se, without an attorney. You don't need an attorney. If attorney's not going to fight for you, you do it yourself, okay? Because if you find out the cover-up and the lies and the investigations with the district attorney or whoever is involved, you will be able to expose them all over. And then they are going to be in your court, and they have nothing to do but sit and wait till you get a reply from the state or the city or the county or whoever, the district attorney that's in your area. So I just want to inform you that my fight's not over. My fight is still going. My fight is with the city, the state, and fighting with all you families that are up here. It's more empowering to have everybody together than separated. So I just want to give love to all the families that are here, and hopefully you'll see change will be coming with some of these cases. Okay, and God bless you guys and everybody else. Amen.
Justice for who? Justice for who? I know I say that every time, but I'll never get tired of saying it, okay? I never saw my life ending up into activism, but I always saw my life ended up into activism. And the roads that brought me here and the things in my life that brought me here is I've gotten to the sense of I'll be goddamn if my son does. I'll be goddamn if the next generation has to come out here and do the same thing that we're doing every time, every week, every day. So, I just appreciate everybody who puts their hard work into this community. All stolen lives, the families of stolen lives, as well as everybody else from the community who may not have lost anyone, but here to say no more. So thank you all. Thank you so much. Thank you. Eric Rivera was stolen from us on June 6, 2017 in Wilmington, California. Say his name. Say his name. Say his name. Justice for who? His mother is here to speak with her. Please give us a warm welcome.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for coming out here today and supporting the families. I've been out here for almost 5 years now, and it's so crazy for me to even say that. Like, it still seems so unreal. I can't tell you the amount of vigils I've gone to, the amount of times I've had to hug these mothers, break down in my arms, me breaking down in their arms, me having to come out here and share my son's story time after time, doing interviews, speaking to news media, just for our story to get 30 seconds put in. It's really difficult and it's really hard, but I just want to give all my love to these families because they truly are the world to me. I'm so protective over these mamas. I'm so protective of the sisters, the brothers, the cousins, everybody that comes out here and be their voices. I'm so protective over them. And I just really trip out that, I think about it and I'm just like, I'm one of these moms. Our pain is like no other. To know these families' pain, I don't even know how I'm bearing my own, but their pain weighs so heavy on me. And I want this United States, I want this very country that I live in to be outraged and bear this same pain that we are bearing. Everyone needs to bear this pain because it could happen to you. And we come out here time after time. We grieve, I grieve. This is my space to grieve. I hold so much in. But when I'm with the families, it's my therapy, it's my time. They're the only ones that understand me. We share a different language than anybody else now. Our hugs are different. Our tears are different. These tears should not be shed. And it's just really hard. We are thrown into this fight and we're met with a lot of disrespect. We get laughed at. We get treated like if we're the problems for coming out here and taking these streets, for coming out here and holding elected officials accountable. I've had many police officers tell me straight to my face, nobody gives a shit about what happened to your kid. And these are supposed to be people that are supposed to help us. How can I trust in this system when they're so disrespectful? None of us get to, not even though an apology would never do, it will never do. Even if it's the very least they'll do is give us a half-ass apology. That's the very least. That shit ain't nothing. And our loved ones matter. They're important. And it's important that you all keep standing with us. It's just little old me. Eric was my firstborn of 5 boys. I have 4 other boys left to protect and fight for. But that's not just it. I love my people. I love my people.
Love you!
It kills me to see what they did to Valentina. I've been coming out here for 5 years to try to make sure this shit don't happen. It gets me so angry, I want to tear shit down.
Tear it down! Oh, yeah.
These motherfuckers are so lucky that we ain't out here with vengeance. They're so lucky that we're coming out here and we're trying to turn our pain into power. Why wouldn't they want us to hold them accountable? But I get so angry. My heart, I don't even know how. Well, I do. You know, it's the love that I receive from God. And the love for my son. And the love from these families. Sometimes I forget how, you know, when I'm away for a bit, when I come back like yesterday. Yesterday was such a beautiful day when we all got together. Those moments I cherish for life. They're different. It's a different moment when we come together and we break bread. When we have actual quality time with each other. Because it's hard enough, we're already taking the streets together. We fight side by side, you know? We support each other at our most weakest moments. But to be able to bond with each other. I can't tell you how many families out here I've partied with.
No, there's no police presence here.
How many houses I've stood at.
They know better.
With y'all. And I love y'all so much for it. Y'all are my best friends, for real. Y'all are my sisters, my brothers. I just want to say thank you so much to the brothers and the sisters and the aunts and the cousins. I want to say thank you so much from the bottom of my heart because I know it's not easy. Me, I'm a mother. That was my son. I bared him. It's my duty to come out here and fight for my baby. But it's so hard to see the siblings go through this pain and have to bear what we're bearing, what their mother is bearing. It's not easy coming out here to speak. I don't know where, you know, it's just my spirit, you know, the spirit flowing through me. And the love of my people that I found my voice and I need to speak. But, you know, these siblings and stuff, like, love up on them. Love up on them, you know, because I really appreciate them. Again, thank you so much for coming out here. We got to keep fighting because there's thousands and thousands and thousands of these motherfucking killer cops on the streets. You know, and I like to say, like in the summertime when we're out here taking the streets and we're fucking hot as fuck, you know, and it's like 120 degrees and we're sweating and we're like, oh my God, another block, you know? Just remember that these streets are a whole lot more hotter with these motherfuckers on it. So keep on coming out. Don't let the rain scare you. Don't let the hail scare you. Don't let the snow, the fucking heat. Just keep on taking these streets and let them know that our army's bigger than theirs. So I love you all so much. Thank you.
We love you.
Eric Rivera, say his name.
Eric Rivera.
Say his name.
Eric Rivera.
Say his name.
Eric Rivera.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here, all you guys.
I like her idea, tear it down. And she's not gonna tear it down alone, not if I'm here. Who's gonna tear it down with her? Who's gonna tear it down with us? David Sullivan was stolen from us August 19, 2019 in Fullerton, California. Say his name, David Sullivan.
David Sullivan.
Say his name.
David Sullivan.
Say his name.
David Sullivan.
Justice for who?
David Sullivan.
His sibling, Sam, and his mother are here to say a few words with us. Please give them a warm welcome.
Hello, my name is Sam. My little brother was killed on August 19th, 2019. He was 19 years old, killed by Buena Park police in the city of Fullerton. They were not even in the right fucking city. They pulled him over. He had taken a car that did not belong to him. They pulled it over originally because it had expired tags. And at first it was fine. They talked to him. They even mentioned that he seemed like cooperating. You know, he was just a kid and they were talking to him and he's like, it's my cousin's car. And just, they go back to their police car and they look up the license and they see that it's registered as stolen. And that's when they decide they are no longer police, but they are judge, jury, and executioner now. They decide we're going to take this into our own hands and we're going to grab this kid out of the car and pull him to the ground. So they're trying to grab him out of the car. David's a big guy. He's not going to just get pulled out of his car. So he turns on the car and puts it in reverse. He starts backing up the car kind of slowly at first because he doesn't really know what he's doing. He's running away. He's trying to figure his shit out and doing it in not the right way. He hits a sign and a tree and goes into the oncoming street and a car hits the car and the police are yelling at him to get out of the car. So he gets out of the car and he says, fuck you. And they decide in that moment that he will die because he said, fuck you. Stealing a car is not a death sentence. Saying fuck you to a cop is not a death sentence. None of these things that he did were worthy of being shot and killed in the street like a dog. But they decided that that was okay. He tried running away. I couldn't watch the whole video, but the sounds of his breath leaving his body, it's not fair. It's not okay. 18 years old. I'm 23 now, gonna be 24, and I'm looking back at when I was 19, and looking back at all these children to be killed by someone who's supposed to be protecting your community so young. You take away their entire future. Not only who they were going to be, but every person that they affected after that. I've changed so much since I was 19. And it pains me so much to know that I will never see David change and evolve and listen to a new band or watch a new TV show. He really loved BoJack Horseman, and he would talk about it all the time, and I would kind of be like, oh yeah, it's a good show, it's kind of sad, and he was obsessed with it, and he never got to see the last season. And it sounds like a really stupid thing to be upset about amongst all of these things, but it's all of the small things that add up. And they pile on top of you, and then you realize that you don't even recognize the world around you anymore because that person who was your anchor is gone, and this world is different without him. And I don't like the way that the world's different right now. I think it needs to be different, but in a completely opposite direction. And I think that the people who are here are really trying to get it to move. And I'm so grateful for all of you. And we need to keep pushing. And we need to not be scared to call people out. We need to not be scared of saying fuck you.
No fear, baby. No fear, baby.
Everyone, please say fuck the police with me a couple times. Fuck the police!
Fuck the police.
Fuck the police!
Fuck the police.
Fuck the police!
Fuck the police.
You cannot just kill whoever you want. You cannot just kill someone because you have a badge. You need to listen to the checks and balances that the fucking government put in place in the... You can't just kill people. You can't. A fucking little girl was killed here. And that is wrong. That is so fucked up, and there should be way more people here. It should fill up the whole goddamn lot. Thank you guys for letting me be outraged with you. This is my mom, Deanna Sullivan.
Hi everybody, I'm Deanna, and I do want to, for what it's worth, send my condolences to Valentina's family and to Daniel's family, and I'm so sorry for what happened to your children, because it also happened to my child. I really like hearing everybody speak because everybody has something to say, something so important about family, about the cops, about the situation. Sam said it all about what happened to David, but what fucking pisses me off is these cops, they want us to feel like we need them. They want us to be afraid of each other, and they want to feel like they are so needed and justified, and that's a lie. It's a fucking lie, and it's a lot of our money, our taxpayer money. I work my fucking ass off. I work hard, and I have a really hard job. It's very physical. I don't want to pay for that kind of representation because they lie. They lie, and they will lie, and they will fucking lie. When my son was running away from them and his hand swung back like this, they said he was reaching for a gun. He's running. He was running. He was trying to get away. He was having a breakdown. And he was 19 years old, trying to figure it out, and he thought he had the answer by leaving and running away. At 19, that might seem like a solution. But as you get older, you realize you have to work through things. He never had the chance. He never had the chance. Valentina didn't have the chance. Daniel didn't have the chance. Alex didn't have the chance. Eric didn't have the chance. Ernie didn't have the chance. Daniel Hernandez didn't have the chance. Jesse Romero. Grace, please tell me your cousin's name. Brandon Glenn didn't have the chance. Firas Murad didn't have the chance. I could keep going on and on. Brianna Taylor didn't have the chance. Jacob Blake didn't have the chance. This is way too many. Way too many. And you can go back as far as Emmett Till. He didn't have a chance. They didn't get to grow up. They didn't get to find their love. They didn't get to find that job that made them proud to be a person and grow their confidence, have children. Mauricio Baron. There's a certain part of me that I have to stop thinking when what happened to David happened to David, because I know they left him on the ground to die. They left him. It's hard for me to think past a certain point. Because it hurts too much. I know y'all know what I mean. I'm so grateful for all these families, and I'm so grateful for all y'all's support. David Sullivan, say his name! Say his name! Fuck the police! Fuck these motherfucking lying asshole cops!
Just so y'all know real quick. So we're gonna bring up a couple more people to speak. And whoever made it this far, thank you for staying here. We do have a small civil disobedience plan shortly after these speeches. Okay? I'm gonna say it again because I need some energy up in here. We got a little civil disobedience plan after the speeches. Because what did we say? We out here in Burlington Coat Factory's parking lot. What's happening behind me right now? Business as usual. Well, let's show them what business as unusual looks like. But first, George Floyd was taken from us on May 25th, 2020. Travis Kaines grew up next to him, his best friend, his brother. Now to speak on behalf of the Floyd family, let's welcome Travis Kaines.
First of all, I want to give all my honor and praise to God. Say his name. Say his name. Say his name. I stand here today because I come to be with these families. Families United come here to be with these families because we know how you feel. On May 25th, 2020, I felt like every other family member right here that is going through the pain right now. So my decision, and Family United's decision, was to come be with the families, because we know how you feel. You have to sit up and understand this is not easy for either one of these family members. But the thing is, if you stay silent, they're going to keep on being violent. So you got to stand up. You got to stand up. You got to speak. You got to get in City Hall. You got to get your people together and make something happen. This is change happening right here. This is change. This is how you make change. Be a part of this change. We love y'all. We're here for the families. I want to keep it short because it's not about us. But we understand what the pain that you're going through. And we're here for you. When I say fuck Burlington, I mean fuck Burlington. Because there's no way in the world this motherfucker should be open. See, I don't usually get crunk like this, but you're fucking with kids now. See, when kids come involved and fucked up, you know what I'm saying, and dead, it's a bad situation. It needs to be real ugly. But we're going to give it some peace. We're going to pray for it and pray on and give it to our higher power. And I love y'all. Thank you.
George Floyd! George Floyd! George Floyd!
Brianna Taylor was stolen from us March 13, 2020 in a senseless no-knock warrant that never should have happened. To this day, Brianna doesn't have justice. So to speak on behalf of the Taylor family, her auntie, Bianca Austin, is going to join us. Please give her a warm welcome.
Say her name.
Taylor.
Say her name.
Taylor.
Say her name. Taylor. Thank you all for having us out here. First and foremost, I just want to send my condolences to all the families who have spoke today and is a victim of police brutality and gun violence, because our loved ones was taken from gun violence. So, and the reason that I felt it was important for me to come out here today and support you all is because at the end of the day, I didn't see color when I saw Valentina. I saw a child. She is a child, an innocent child that was killed through incompetent, corrupt police, coward officers that had no business coming in a public place where innocent bystanders opening fire. That's why I'm here. So, Valentina, we love you. We're gonna continue to stand in solidarity with you and get the justice you so deserve. This is what it's about, community. Give you all yourselves a round of applause for being out here and supporting each other, because I know it's not easy at all. It's been a very emotional past couple days, but I feel like everybody that has shown up for this event walk away feeling a little bit of peace and support. Just a little bit of peace and support, and to give you that fuel to keep on going. Daniel Lopez, let me just reiterate something to you all. Just because an officer has accused your loved one of doing a crime, your loved one is having a mental anguish breakdown. Officers does not constitute whether their life should be taken from them. They do not have the right to give our loved one a death sentence. Daniel should have been able to be alive today and get the mental help that he needed at the time. Just because your loved ones was accused of committing a crime does not constitute them having a burial. We shouldn't have to be planning a funeral for our loved ones because they committed a crime. They should be able to stand up in a court of law. They should be able to face a judge if they was accused for a crime, not a death sentence. We have to change the narrative and change the mindset, not only in our own community, but we have to remind officers what their job is, what we pay them for. And that is to serve, protect, and obtain, not kill. Not kill. So I just want to say thank you all for your courage and your strength. Keep the momentum going. Continue to support each other, even in your time of uncertainty. If you're tired, take a break. Take a break. Turn the social media off. Don't read the comments. Don't feel guilty that you're not out here every waking moment. Don't feel guilty because people ain't seen you in a week. Take time for yourself. Because what I've learned by being in Los Angeles, that a lot of these families are needing mental help. And I'm so proud of you all that it's something that we don't talk about in our community, in our household, that has been going on for decades and decades, and that is mental health. It's important that we humanize our loved ones that is going through drug addiction, whatever that they're suffering from. We need to humanize that, because we all go through things. We all suffer from something, and we don't have no right to judge nobody. That is for the higher power to judge. We as people need to start humanizing each other again, because if we did, Valentina and Daniel would still be here. Brianna Taylor would still be here. Jacob wouldn't be paralyzed. George Floyd would still be here. So I'll leave y'all with this. Make sure we continue to educate each other. Make sure we continue to organize with each other. Make sure we continue to donate to each other. And that is unity. And without unity, we wouldn't have you all, the community. So it's still justice for Brianna Taylor. Make sure y'all continue to follow Families United. We're on all social media platforms. We is just here for the love and support for ourselves. You remember that, because we also are living a tragedy as well. Coming to these events give us fuel as well. It gives us fuel to be up here to be able to speak to you all. It's therapeutic for us to meet other families who is going through the same tragedy. Listen, every story that I have heard, we all are going through the same tragedy, different scenario. And we all are fighting against the same crooked ass police. You know what I mean? So let's continue to educate, donate, and organize. Peace and love. Y'all know about that.
Alex Flores was stolen from us on November 19, 2019 in Los Angeles. Say his name. Say his name. Say his name. Justice for who? Justice for who? Please give a warm welcome to the Flores family.
Buenas tardes a todos.
Bien.
Gracias por venir a acompañar a las personas que porque yo soy una persona de esas, mi familia, somos unas personas que también nos tocó perder a un hijo. A mi hijo Alex Flores. Me lo mató la policía en noviembre 19 del 2019. El día 19 de noviembre yo platiqué con mi hijo entre 6 y 7 de la mañana. A mi hijo me lo mató la policía a las 8 de la mañana. Y me fueron a avisar hasta las 7 de la noche. Yo estaba solo en mi casa. A la 1 y a las 2 de la tarde yo fui a preguntar a la estación de policía de la calle 34 Sur Central, y la policía no me dio respuesta de mi hijo. Y yo fui a preguntar si lo tenían detenido. Me dijeron que no sabía nada ellos. Ya a las 7 de la noche que me llega un detective a decirme que mi hijo estaba muerto. Yo pregunté que quién me lo había matado. Dice, solamente te puedo decir que no, solamente lo mató la policía. Yo nunca esperé que la policía les quite la vida a las personas nada más por el hecho de vestirse. Es la moda que se está vistiendo uno ahorita. ¿O a poco no es cierto? Después nos negaron su cuerpo. Nos hicieron varias vueltas andando buscando en diferentes morgues. Yo creo que no nos querían entregar su cuerpo. Pero gracias a Dios nos lo entregaron, aunque anduvimos buscándolo en diferentes lugares. Gracias a Dios, mi hijo está descansando en paz. Pero gracias a todos, mi esposa, mi hija, mis nietas. Es duro para unos padres, a unos hermanos, que nos quedamos sin un hijo más. Gracias por apoyarnos. Mi esposa, a ver si quiere decirles unas palabras.
I didn't understand some of that, but I understood all of that.
Buenas tardes a todos los que están aquí presentes.
Bien.
Yo soy la mamá de Alex Flores. Yo no estuve ese día cuando mi hijo lo mató la policía, sino que yo me encontraba con mi hija cuidándole los niños. Ya en la tarde, cuando me dijeron que mi hijo me lo habían matado la policía, yo le dije que no era verdad, que no era cierto. ¿Por qué hicieron eso? De que mi hijo me lo matara la policía si mi hijo no mató a nadie, no robó a nadie. ¿Por qué hacen eso los policías? Ellos están para proteger a la gente, para ayudar a la gente, no para que fueran a matar a mi hijo. Yo quiero justicia para mi hijo Alex Flores. Que refundan a ese policía. Que lo metan en la cárcel o que hagan algo. Que no se quede en blanco. Para que sienta lo que uno siente de madre. Y a todas las madrecitas que están aquí presentes. Igual sienten el mismo dolor que yo siento por mi hijo, Alex Flores. Gracias.
I'm going to translate first for the father of Alex Flores, Alejandro. First, he wanted to thank everybody, wish you a good afternoon, and thank you all for coming and being here with us. We're a family that lost a loved one on November 19, 2019. That day, I spoke to my son around 6 a.m., 7 a.m., and by 8 a.m., the police had already killed him. I found out until 7 p.m. that day. I was alone at home all day, and around 1 p.m. and 2 p.m., I went to the police station on 34 South Central, and they didn't give me any answers. I went and asked if he was detained, what was happening, and they said that they knew nothing. At 7 p.m. that day, somebody came to my house, a police officer, and they told me that all they could tell me was that the police killed him. I can't understand why the police would kill somebody by the clothes they wear. Isn't that the fashion nowadays? They made us go to different morgues because they wouldn't give us the body. They wouldn't give it to us until thankfully we were able to find it. But it was through looking at different places and going to different morgues as a family. I want to thank you all for being here. Thank my wife, my daughter, my granddaughters. It's really hard and really painful for all of us to be here and not have our son with us. I'm going to translate now for Eloina. She's the mother of Alex. She wants to wish everybody a good afternoon. I'm the mom of Alex Flores. That day, I was with my daughter taking care of the kids. And when I heard the news, I couldn't believe that this was true. Why would they do that? Why would they kill my son if he didn't do anything? Why would the police do that to somebody that didn't do anything to anybody? He didn't kill anybody, he didn't do anything. They're supposed to protect people, but instead they kill him. I want justice for my son, Alex Flores, that the police do something, that something happens to that police officer so that this is not in vain. He should at least go to jail. So that they know what a mother feels losing her son. To all the mothers here, she knows that pain, and she knows that you all feel the same pain. And she wants to thank everybody for being here. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Amanda Flores, and I'm the sister of Alex Flores. Alex Flores was shot and killed back in November 19, 2019 on a Tuesday morning around 8:20 a.m. Like my dad was saying, we didn't get to know where my brother was at till like 7 p.m. when an officer comes over to my parents' house and gives the notice to my dad.
that my brother had been killed by the police. My brother on Tuesday that morning, he was having a mental issue. He was on Central Avenue carrying a kitchen knife. They called the cops because they had seen a homeless person with no t-shirt. That's how they describe it in the news. A pedestrian sees my brother, calls the cops comes. A unit comes over and sees my brother around 30th Street. He ends up calling another cop, and they end up seeing my brother, and again another cop. They literally had about 3 streets or even more to bring help for my brother, a mental health unit, but they never rendered that help to my brother. My brother was surrounded and stopped on 28th Street and Central Avenue by like more than 10 cops. The last cop, Stephen Reese, the last cop that I ride to the scene, was the first one to shoot Alex. He received 6 shots, one in the back that went through his heart, which was a lethal shot. My brother laid on the floor till like 4 or 5 p.m. that day. They claim that my brother targeted the officers with that knife, but it's not true. We all know that the police takes all the evidence, but thank God, and I always thank him and thank the business that gave us their video, that you can clearly see that what the police is claiming is not the truth. My brother never targeted the officer. The knife that he was carrying with him at all times was pointing it to him. He wanted to kill himself. Stephen Reese did not give a chance to the other officer to use a taser. He was so desperate to be the first one to shoot him and kill my brother. We didn't know where Alex's body was till Friday. We had to wait 4 days, try to find out where was his body. Before that Friday, on Thursday, we decided to protest because it's not right. These pigs, once they kill someone, they know everything. They know every single detail, but they just keep it to themselves. Why? Because they want to cover themselves. They want to go ahead and, make their stories the way they want to make them, so that the community, all the people, believes them. And it's so sad because, as one of the families today was saying, there should be more people out here fighting for justice for Valentina, for Daniel, for all of us, for all the families who have been killed by police. But they don't know. They don't know the truth because they have not gone through what we've been through. They have stolen our loved ones. It is not right. The fucking police should pay. They should go to jail. They should be accountable. They should also carry a motherfucking malpractice insurance. Until then, they're gonna think twice before shooting, before killing somebody. My brother shouldn't be dead. Valentina, Daniel, David, no one. But unfortunately, they're not with us anymore. Our lives have changed, and they're always gonna be like this. Because we're always gonna have an empty chair. We're always gonna have an empty heart. Because our loved one is not with us anymore. And the worst of all, is that these killer cops are on the fucking streets. These
pay these motherfuckers. They work for us. They fucking work for us. That's our money. They should serve us and protect us, not kill us.
My brother, he was married. He always wanted to have a family, kids of his own, but he never did. We're never gonna see his kids because he never got a chance to form a family. He was loving. He was a very loving person, not only to us, the family, but to the community. He loved the elderly. He was so sweet. He would see, the neighbors coming with their grocery stores. He would come out, help them. He was so clean. Would help my mom clean the kitchen, mop, everything, you name it. He loved to cook. He was an amazing person. Now he's not here. What's so sad is that the police, they laugh. They laugh in our faces. They laugh when they see us because they already know us. They know the Flores family. Why? Why do they do that to us? They should be accountable. Stephen Reese should go to jail. Stephen Reese should pay what he did to my brother Alex and all the officers who have been killing, who have killed people, should become accountable and be out of our streets. They should not be patrolling our streets, period. I want to thank all of you guys who are here, supporters, families, for giving us strength and coming out and sharing our stories over and over and over again. As painful as it is, we don't get a choice but to spread our stories so other people know what happened to our loved one. I could have been doing something else today. You guys could have been doing something else today. But you guys decided that this event, this moment is important. And that's why we're here. And that's why we are here. Because we need to support each other. We need to unite. And take care of one another. Because that's all we have. One another. Thank you. Say his name. Say his name.
David Flores was stolen from us on April 22nd, 2019 in Gardena, California. David Flores, say his name. Say his name. Justice for who?
David Flores!
Justice for who?
David Flores!
His mother's going to speak to us, say a few words. Please give her a warm welcome.
Buenas tardes a todas estas madres que están sufriendo, igual que yo. Yo soy la mamá de David Flores, que mató a la policía en la Gardena y la Figueroa. Yo en la mañana cuando me levanto, lo escuché en su cuarto y él no estaba bien. Y me levanté y le dije, David, ¿qué es lo que está pasando contigo? Y me respondió él así, madre, no me preguntes, dijo, y ni me vayas a agarrar, dijo, porque yo voy a salir, dijo, a rescatar a mis hijos. Mis hijos están corriendo en un gran peligro. Y se salió. Le dije, no vayan, dijo, tus hijos están bien, dijo, no, madre, ¿cómo puedes saber que ellos están bien? Dijo, mis hijos lo están matando, dijo. Y se salió. El muchacho más chico se salió atrás de él en la bicicleta, con un perrito en la bicicleta atrás de él. Cuando él llegó a la gasolinera, no sé cómo se sentiría él. Llegó y dice el señor que está en la gasolinera que él se agarró agua de donde limpian los carros, se mojó su cara y que él tenía una tristeza muy grande en su corazón. Y de allí se limpió su cara y se fue para enfrente de que estaba la licor, pero la licor estaba cerrada. Él dio 3 viajes a la licor, pero todavía no la abrían. Cuando él regresó y se paró en la parada donde estaba el Vazquez, estaba un poste, la policía llegó, que habían hecho una llamada que según era de doméstica. En realidad, mi hijo, él ya no vivía con su esposa, él tenía 10 años viviendo conmigo. Para mí fue un buen hijo y un buen padre, porque él dejó 2 hijos sufriendo, y esos niños no van a crecer como unos adolescentes, sino van a sufrir con mucho dolor y con aquel odio con la policía. A mí me duele demasiado, porque mi hijo no tenía que morir de esa manera. Mi hijo no era un criminal, no era un delincuente. Él toda su ilusión era de sus hijos. Todo el tiempo ellos llegaban y decían, madre, me voy a ver a mis hijos. Cuando los traiga, lo miraba usted con aquella alegría, donde quiera los sacaba a pasear. Pero ese día que salió, a las 6 de la mañana, a las 7 de la mañana, él ya estaba muerto. Los policías que lo mataron le dieron 3 balazos en la frente. El muchacho más chico lo miró, pero aparte de él eran 9 balazos. Los policías que lo mataron no se bajaron ni de la patrulla. El que estaba delante, policía, no traía la cámara según prendida. El segundo sí la traía. Cuando eso pasó, me da una tristeza que el policía que lo mató es latino igual que nosotros y un japonés. El muchacho más chico tiene autismo y él miró todo eso y él grita en el video, no lo maten, dijo, es mi brother, es mi brother, dice. Cuando la policía le gritó, dijo, David levantó sus manos para arriba, las cruzó, dijo, con aquel dolor, pero los balazos que le dieron a él, dijo, no lo voy a morir, dijo, él cayó, todavía cayó, él, los policías lo esposaron, le dijeron al muchacho más chico, retírate de aquí, dijo, porque a ti te va a pasar lo mismo. Lo mataron allí, se fueron a mi casa, se metieron sin orden de cateo. Desde las 7 de la mañana que lo mataron, allí estuvieron hasta las 11 de la noche. No me dejaron entrar a mí y a mi esposo, porque yo padezco de presión alta y azúcar, mi esposo del corazón y azúcar. Y no nos dejaron entrar para acabar la medicina. Allí se estuvieron ellos, que tenían que ir a mi casa. Si allí no había pasado nada, allí lo habían matado. Donde lo mataron tenían que estar y ellos no hicieron eso. Desde esa fecha yo he tenido aquel dolor, igual que todas estas madres que están sufriendo, porque uno como madre se está muriendo por dentro. Cada día que pasa es un dolor muy duro. Y yo digo a mi vez que para mi hijo no hubo justicia, porque ellos se llevaron todos los videos, los celulares que quitaron a los que grabaron. Hay 2 testigos, pero ellos no quieren hablar porque tienen miedo, porque no tienen papeles. Pero qué más testigo que el muchacho mío que miró todo. Por eso yo pido que se haga justicia, que su muerte de mi hijo no se quede impune, porque él no tenía que morir así. Él era buen padre para sus hijos, un buen hijo para mí, porque yo desde entonces he sufrido demasiado. He vivido en una situación muy grande, que yo digo a veces, Padre Dios, llévame contigo, pero no sé por qué me tienes todavía aquí, pero es un dolor y una tristeza. Y a toda esta comunidad, a Laura, a Carolina, a todos los que me han apoyado, ellos a mí me han dado la mano, me han ayudado. Y les agradezco, les pido a mi Padre Dios que les dé muchas fuerzas y fortaleza a todos, para que esa buena adelante tenga mucha salud, porque yo en realidad he vivido una situación muy dura y muy triste, que a nadie se lo deseo. Y esos policías no quiero que sí, como mi hijo se está pudriendo en la tierra, se pudran en la prisión. Es muy duro, está muy bien. Porque se llevaron todas las evidencias y ni un abogado quiso agarrar el caso de él. Yo no hago dinero, porque no, eso a mí no me interesa. Lo único que sí yo quiero, para que mi corazón esté un poquito siquiera descanse, que se haga justicia y con él se pudre la tierra, amigo, se pudran ellos en la prisión y sientan aquel dolor de aquellas madres como yo lo estoy sintiendo, para que sepan lo que se siente, que uno no tiene paz ni tiene tranquilidad. Se llega una Navidad, se llega un año nuevo, porque siempre estaba madre. Tienes comida, aunque traje esto para que hagas, para yo llevar a mis hijos. El Día del Padre igualmente. Es muy doloroso todo eso. Y a todos los que están aquí, que Dios les dé mucha fuerza y sigan luchando para salir adelante. Porque es muy duro estar viviendo uno como madre. Gracias a todos.
I'm going to translate for the mother of David Flores, Teresa Flores. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, to all these mothers suffering, such as myself, I'm the mom of David Flores, who was killed by police at Gardena and Figueroa. That morning, I woke up and I noticed that he wasn't okay. I asked what was happening, and he said, "Mother, don't try to stop me because I'm gonna go out. I have to go save my kids. My kids are in danger. They're trying to kill them." I told them that his kids were okay, that he shouldn't go out there.
but he insisted that his kids were in danger and he left. My youngest son followed him on the bicycle and he followed him up to the gas station. The man working at the gas station later said that David used some of the water that they used to wash the cars and put it on his face. And that this man, when he saw David, he saw a great pain in his face. Then David went to the liquor store about 3 times, but the liquor store was closed. Then the cops came. They said that there was a domestic abuse call, but that's not true because he had been living with me and not with his wife for about 10 years at that point. He was a good son. He loved his kids. That day he left around 6 a.m. and by 7 a.m. they had already killed him. They gave him 3 shots in the forehead and a total of 9 shots to his body. The cops that killed him didn't even get out of the car. The officer that was the cop that was in the front, his camera was off, and the one that was in the back, his camera was on. And it's a shame because the cop that killed David, he was a Latino man just like him. My youngest son, he saw everything. He saw his oldest sibling getting killed by the cops. You can even hear him in the video yelling, "Don't kill him, don't kill him, he's my brother, he's my brother." Then the cops handcuffed him and told him, "You should go or the same is going to happen to you." They went into my house that whole day and raided it without a warrant. They didn't even let me or my husband go inside to get our medication. I suffer from high blood pressure, and the whole day they were inside the house and didn't let us in. Since then, I felt the pain like these other mothers feel. Because one, as a mother, dies every day that passes without having my son here. There was no justice for him because they took all the videos and the footage from cell phones. There were only 2 witnesses that witnessed what happened, and they're afraid to speak up because of immigration reasons. But what better witness than my other son who witnessed his older brother being murdered by the cops? I asked for justice. He didn't deserve to die like this. He was a good son. He was a good father for his kids. I have so much pain that I even asked God to take me with him, to be with him. To this community, I am so grateful. It gives me so much strength. I ask God for all of you for your health. Because this is something I don't wish for anyone. I wish for those police to rot in prison like my son is rotting on earth. It's very hard to get justice for my son because not a single lawyer wanted to take the case. But I don't want any money. All I want is justice. I want them to feel what I feel every day, so that they know what it feels like. Every Mother's Day that passes, every Father's Day that passes is extremely difficult and painful. And may God grant all of you strength to keep fighting, and thank you all.
Can I get everybody to stand up with your hand up? Stand up with your hand up. Stand up with your hand up. Justice for all stolen lives. We're going to take a moment of silence to remember all the stolen lives. Keep your hand up, head down. And let's take a moment of silence. Thank you for that. Jacob Blake Jr. was stolen from us August 21st, 2020. Please welcome his father, Jacob Blake Sr.
Say his name! Say his name! Say his name! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! Fuck the police! Fuck the motherfucking police! Fuck Burlington! Fuck Burlington! Every day that I'm awake, every day when I I wake up. When Allah feels fit for me to wake up, I feel the heat of those 7 bullets in my own back. That is my son. I got you. That's my son. I feel what he felt. I feel what these families feel. I don't speak Spanish. This woman was with me for 30 minutes. 30 minutes yesterday. And I felt her with me. We felt each other. If you do not understand our pain, understand our purpose. Our purpose is to bring justice on those stinking ass motherfuckers that stole from us. And if you do not believe that this shit is real, I could have stayed 2,000 miles on the other side of the motherfucking country. But I came here to stand with y'all.
Thank you.
I love y'all. I don't have to speak Spanish to understand my Hispanic brothers and sisters' pain.
That's right.
All you have to do is be real, goddammit. Stop listening to that fake ass shit that they write on fucking Facebook and goddamn Instagram. Fuck them. Now what I'm getting ready to ask you, for those who want to do this, we're getting ready to have some civil disobedience. Good trouble. We're gonna get in some good goddamn trouble. I'm going in this motherfucker to buy a pair of socks. And if you come with me,
Y'all need socks, right?
we're gonna say Valentina's name and Daniel's name as loud as we can. Fuck these motherfuckers right here.
All right, listen, here's the rules. Here's the rules going in here. All right, we are not here to steal, loot, burn. This is civil disobedience. Justice for Valentina, justice for Daniel, justice for all stolen lives. But I'll be damned if it's going to be business as usual. Not today. So if you're going shopping with us, we ask you to come right over here. Those who may, for whatever reason, you're not going with us, that's okay. But we going in.
Shut it down! Let's go, baby!
You're good.
If we don't get it, if we don't get it, burn it down. If we don't get it, burn it down. If we don't get it, burn it down.
Valentina! Valentina Orellana! Valentina Orellana!
Say her name!
Valentina Orellana!
Say her name!
Valentina Orellana!
Say her name!
here's the fitting rooms. This is where they executed her.
Telling people to leave for their safety.
Haven't heard anything yet. Okay. I mean, we'll be out by the time they get here.
Yeah, exactly.
Nothing on the radio.
23rd. White security today. It's no more business as usual. Fuck Burlington.
Fuck the corporations!
Yeah, those are all cops that are up there.
Fuck the corporations! Anything to anybody. That's right. That's right. All we have to do is show unity. We just shut that shit down. We shut it down. Shut the motherfucker down. Speed up on this one. You in trouble now. You like to lose your Hey, let's stay up. You like to lose your job. Come outside. That top flight security. Top flight security. Hey, y'all come up right here in this hole. We don't want nobody coming up these steps. Come right here. Y'all fill in that little spot.
He ain't touching nobody. Your ass is going to jail, black man. You about to lose your job. Burlington gonna hang your ass standing in the county line. Boy, man, 1175 and risk your life to get it. Boycott Burlington. 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 Valentina's life is worth more than your retail. Valentina's life is worth more than your retail. Daniel's life is worth more than your retail. Shut this shit down. Boycott Burlington. 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 A young lady got killed the day before Christmas and you still open for business. Do not stop it and be ashamed of themselves.
Fuck that!
Be ashamed of yourself and you're spending money in here. Do not bring your kids in here. We do not care about your corporation dollars. Valentina was worth more than your corporation dollars. Shut this shit down. Our lives matter.
Fuck these businesses!
Investigation 49.9 Do not stop here! Valentina, say her name! Valentina, say her name! Valentina! Valentina, say her name! Valentina! Valentina, say her name! Valentina! Say his name! Daniel! 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 Say his name! Daniel!
Burlington! Boycott 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 Burlington!
Boycott Burlington! I want y'all to take a minute and reflect right now. We've been out here all day and not seen a coward-ass cop. Not one. Not one. Not one. But the minute that they heard of male in mental crisis, they came guns a-blazing. Guns a-blazing. They identify our power in this moment. They cowards. They cannot face us. That's why there is no local police seen at all. At all. That's why it's justice for Valentina. Shut this shit down. 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 Boycott Burlington! Boycott Burlington! Boycott Burlington! Boycott Burlington!
I got this set just for North Hollywood for a police scanner. There's
Nothing.
Not a thing over here.
Mama, mama, can't you see? Mama, mama, can't you see? What the system's done to me? What the system's done to me? They locked us up, they shoot us down. They locked us up, they shoot us down. There ain't no justice in this town. 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 There ain't no justice in this town.
Fuck your corporation! Fuck the police!
Corporation! No justice! No racism! No justice! No peace! No racism! No peace! Who's streets? Our streets! Who's streets? Our streets! Who's star? Our star! Who's star? Our star! Who's hood? Who's hood? Who's hood? Our hood! Let's say her name, Valentina! Valentina! Say her name, Valentina! Valentina! Fuck the police! Fuck the police! Fuck the police! Fuck the police! Boycott Burlington! Boycott Burlington! All you need to spend your money in small, black, brown business. Fuck Burlington! Fuck corporations! Care for the community, spend your dollars on black and brown. Fuck Burlington! Boycott Burlington! Boycott Burlington! Boycott Burlington! Boycott Burlington! Boycott Burlington! That's right. That's right.
See, we're out here, we out here. Who keep us safe? We keep us safe. We keep us safe. We keep us safe.
71 RT 964.
All power to the people. All power to the people. No power to the pigs. No power to the pigs. All power to the people. All power to the people. No power to the pigs. No power to the pigs. All power to the people. All power to the people. No power to the pigs. No power to the pigs.
This is what community looks like. They want you to forget about it. Somebody said earlier, the news cycle. They want us to forget about it. Hey, Burlington, can you hear
haven't forgotten. The community doesn't forget.
Can you hear us now?
You're on a phone commercial. Can you hear us now? LAPD, can you hear us now? LAPD, can you hear us now?
LAPD, can you hear us now?
Justice for all stolen license. Fuck the police. Fuck the police. Bring the whole bitch down. Boycott Burlington. Boycott Burlington. Boycott Burlington. Boycott Burlington. Boycott Burlington. Boycott Burlington. Justice for who? Valentina. Justice for who? Valentina. Daniel Lopez. Say his name. Daniel Lopez. Daniel Lopez. His name. Daniel Lopez. Keep us safe. We keep us safe. Keep us safe. We keep us safe. Power to who? The people. Power to who? The people. Power to who? The people. Stand up, hands up, make some motherfucking noise. Yeah. Now, when you read about this tomorrow, what happened? We showed up. We disrupted. We were violent. We're thugs. We're thugs. We're thugs. Stop like security. So y'all shutting down Burlington? Is that what I'm hearing? Community! Get that shit down! Shut down Burlington! Shut down Burlington! Shut down Burlington! Shut down Burlington! Shut down Burlington!
Defense of the community is never violence. We're here out of love, mothers, families, children.
A child died here.
A child fled. I'll help you, baby.
Was when Valentina was killed? Where was his security when Daniel Lopez was killed? Was he locking the doors that day? Hiding! Fucking hiding! Fucking coward! Where was security that day? Hiding!
Stand for one another.
Everybody's got to make money. You're irreplaceable. Spending your money in Burlington, spending blood money.
They're gonna replace you. That's right. At all. They don't give a shit about your black ass or your little ass. Shut down Burlington. 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 Do we gotta do another walk there?
Nothing looks more like plainclothes cops than that guy with the cop mustache upstairs that you were yelling. What's the point of going to the police station, dude? They don't give a shit. Where was Burlington security when 2 people were executed here? They're all over here now. They shut the fucking store down. They instantly shut the store down over a protest, but Somebody having a mental health crisis.
Y'all called the police on to kill Daniel. Why y'all ain't called the police right now? Y'all called the police on to kill Valentina. Why y'all ain't killed the police? Called the police. Y'all called them. We heard y'all on the recording. We heard
Okay, well, you do your activism your way, dude. Like, you know.
you lied. Well, that it could be your nephew. Your daddy.
There's no point in going to the police station, dude.
You so busy waiting for some punk ass minimum wage ass job. Y'all called the police on the kill that man.
Victory Boulevard at the Burlington Coat Factory. Suspect are 15.
Here it is.
630, 1524.
Here it is. There's the call, finally.
And we gonna keep coming back.
415 Group, Burlington Coat Factory.
Are they bringing the cops?
Yeah, they just...
Business as usual. We gonna keep coming back to this motherfucker.
Quality unit for the time of battery investigation. 4929 Van Nuys at Sherman Oaks Hospital. Code to incident 2971 RD 964.
YouTube.
What's your YouTube?
Johnny 50. Johnny 50 live.
Oh, thank you.
To call at Sherman Oaks Hospital prior to assignment outside of the business to the site.
15110, raise X34 or X4, and have them respond to that.
So nothing looks more like a
X34,
plainclothes cop than the plainclothes cops that were upstairs with the cop mustaches when we first rolled up.
X34, do you have a message? X34, Roger, can you send to the battery with Oaks Hospital? It's the time code to call. It's been 2971 RD 964. Roger, there's a 415 group 12121 Victory. It's incident 3036. Protesters are inside the business refusing to leave. They're holding in a circle made of boundaries.
TV's on its way. Police are coming. Charlie.
Stand up with your hand up. All right.
Let's go.
Well, hopefully they'll bring all of them.
Right. Where they at? We've been waiting.
Yeah, they're...
That you still want to keep y'all in Burlington.
Police are on their way. Maybe the murderer will come after his paid vacation. So.
Shut down Burlington!
Boycott Burlington! Shut down Burlington!
Daniel Lopez!
Hey y'all, hey, LMPD's on their way, so if you're a vulnerable person that don't need to be around the police, I want you to exit the stage left right now.
Will do.
But the rest of us, Saturday night! Valentina!
Police are on their way.
Took them long enough, huh?
I know, it was like 10 minutes before I came over the scanner. More than that.
Well, it's because there's too many of us here.
Yeah.
You can't get away with
I
fucking
want to
us
say
up.
one thing. I want to say one thing. I want you to look at this. Is this 1,000 people?
No!
Is this 100 people?
No!
Nah, this might be 50 people. What we come here to do? Shut down what?
Burlington!
Burlington just shut down for the day. Business closed.
Yeah!
Business closed. What's the off right now? It's 8 to 11, I think it is. Today was not business as usual. Today was not business as usual. This is the power of people. This is what unity and community looks like. And who did that?
We did!
I said, who did that?
We did!
Who did that?
We did!
Justice for who?
Valentina!
Justice for who?
Valentina!
What do we want?
Justice!
When do we want it?
Now!
We don't get it.
Shut it down!
We don't get it.
Shut it down!
If we don't get it,
Shut it down!
make some noise, y'all.
Goddamn right.
Chat, somebody tell me who the officer was that killed Valentina. What was his last name?
Who keep us safe?
We keep us safe!
Who keep us safe?
We keep us safe!
Who keep us safe?
We keep us safe!
Whose street?
Our street!
Whose street?
Our street!
Whose street?
Our street!
Whose street?
Our street! No peace! Racist police!
No justice!
No peace!
Fuck these racist police! No justice!
No peace! Fuck these racist ass police!
No justice!
No peace! Fuck these racist ass police!
No, they're not hiding it. You can find out. You can find out. Chat. Find out what the name of the officer was. William Jones. Okay, I knew it was something generic. He's a black guy too, so.
Without that badge, they coward. Who is that? Who is that?
Oh my God. Like literally, y'all let it come. Protect that store. Let it come to protect these people here.
Nah, they're on their way.
But it's slow as fuck. The police station is down the street.
Yeah.
I live down there. How the fuck? They came down here.
You gotta be ready.
Stay strong.
You gotta stay strong.
Yes.
When they come, we got to be here linked up. They can't take us all, goddammit.
They're scared of us. And if they take me, I'm telling y'all now.
We have to be strong. We're out here for a purpose.
You already know, right? You
Officer
know,
Jones was the murderous cop, so we'll see if he shows up.
I'm telling you, my mama is going to come over to this motherfucker.
No, it's from North Hollywood. I mean, after his paid vacation.
Who keep us safe?
We keep us safe.
Who keep us safe?
We keep us safe.
Who keep us safe?
We keep us safe.
Whose street?
Our street.
Whose street?
Our street.
Whose street?
Our street.
Boycott Burlington.
Boycott Burlington.
Shut down Burlington.
Shut down Burlington.
You know, some people said to me, what Burlington? What Burlington?
Burlington do? I bet you if I was a business owner and the LAPD murdered someone in my business, I wouldn't open up and pretend like it didn't happen. That's what Burlington did.
Okay.
That's what Burlington did.
A spokesperson from Burlington was supposed to come out there and have something to say today.
Where was they at?
And that motherfucker getting minimum wage.
If the corporations and the businesses in a community cannot support the community, they don't deserve the community's fucking dollars. They don't deserve the community's fucking money. Support black and brown businesses. Support local businesses in your community. Support small businesses in your community. You see where these big businesses stand? When we walked through that front door today, Jake, was they on your side or on the company's side? Every time. Every time. So somebody asks me what did Burlington do? That's the same question I get. What the fuck did Burlington do? Nothing.
They shut us down in 2 minutes, right? But they weren't able to be here for the fucking real shit.
Let me tell you, where that thing is. I just need them to know.
So Officer Jones was the guy that killed Valentina, so we'll see if he shows up.
I just need y'all to know. The day that this happened, I came here. It was the whole police station here. Every news station down to Telemundo at this bitch. And where are they now? Everybody was here. It was yellow tape. They was standing around. They was talking and laughing. And not one person is here today.
Not one of them.
Not one. We are not okay. We all are having mental breakdowns. And not one officer has been called out to help us. But they called them to kill Daniel. The fuck is going on out here? Shit is crazy. This shit was locked off. They were standing around. Everywhere.
Hey, let me tell you something. Let me tell everybody out here something. You've done something that the corporation would not do. We got these motherfucking doors locked.
We shut down Burlington, baby.
Valentina and Daniel matter. We standing out here for them. Yeah. Not only our other family members, we standing out here.
That's right.
And if they try to move us, we gonna lock arms. They ain't gonna take us all easy. We shut this shit down. We don't just march and say that shit. We did it.
That's right.
Everybody that's out here, shut this motherfucker down.
Who did that?
We did that.
Who did that?
We did that.
Who did that?
We did that.
Pretty shitty police response for being a mile away.
Right?
That shit ain't why. That shit is literally, you know where it's at.
I know. Or Burbank and Colfax.
We got to boycott these motherfuckers for real.
They gotta be walking.
That's right. If you're local to this area, don't spend your money here. Because your money's not going back into the community. Your money's not going back into the community.
Maybe they're putting snipers on the roof first, you know?
I'm amazed. Like, literally, I live right here past, this is Lincoln. I live past Laurel Canyon.
Yeah.
I live off of Victory and Beck. Down the street.
Yeah.
I can walk home. I can fucking walk home. Thank you, baby.
Hold your signs up, baby. Hold your signs up so they can see that shit. So they can see that shit.
Stand up with your hands up. Stand up with your hands up. Right now, listen to me, right now. Right now in that store, there's no shopping. Right now that store is shut down. Right now that store is peaceful and quiet. And that is a moment of silence for Valentina and Daniel Lopez, so let's do the same. A moment of silence, the hands up.
Thank you, Polyglocks. 173,000.
inside.
Valentina, say her name! Valentina!
I don't care if the cash register opens up tonight at all.
Burlington's closed, we're sorry to report.
Black and brown, we shut shit down!
We're sorry to report that Burlington's closed for today. We are not sorry for the inconvenience. Donate to the Valentina family the money you was going to spend here. Donate to the Daniel Lopez family the money you was going to spend here. Or better yet, find a small business, a black and brown business in your community to spend money at. Burlington don't care about your money, they don't care about your community, they care about your money. That's why they didn't want to stand with us, they want to stand against us. How long ago was that scanner called? 20 minutes?
10.
10 minutes? Look at them.
And it took 10 to come over the scanner, and then another 10. For $3.5 billion a year, I'd want a fucking refund.
I just want to say that I'm honored and humbled to stand here with y'all today. Honored and humbled to stand here with y'all today. This is community. This is power. This is community. This is power. Don't let this feeling go away. Don't let these families be alone. Even the families standing here, you see these families. We heard from them today. Justice for our stolen lives.
Hey, look. If you got a mask, put it on. I want everybody to have a mask on. If you got a mask, put it on.
707 of Air 10847 Burbank and send 2967 RG 1539 and the 415 group 12716 Barbara Ann and 2988 RG 1512.
The love that I have for everyone out here, feel that shit. Feel my love. We standing together.
That's right.
Together we can't be conquered. We can't lose. We out here for a purpose, for a reason. Because these motherfuckers didn't understand how precious life is. Fuck the police.
Fuck the police.
Hey, in 1991, a white man in Killeen, Texas killed white people in a movie. That motherfucker never opened again. They tore it to the fucking ground. Why the fuck is this open? Because it's a person of color. They don't give a fuck. No fucking more. That's right.
Fuck the police.
Fuck the police!
I said fuck the police.
Fuck the police!
No police yet. No police yet.
Hey, we need somebody to be on point right there at the entrance of the parking lot.
Because who keep us safe?
We keep us safe.
Who keep us safe?
No.
The cop that killed her cost us $173,000 last year.
What's that?
The cop that killed her cost us $173,000.
Yeah, that's my, thank you.
Yeah.
They came across the scanner, but they showed up.
Which direction?
That way. Towards the freeway. And
That's why.
And south. Southwest.
Feel the drum. Feel the drum.
The cop that killed her cost us $173,000 last year alone. People don't realize that the rest of the country cops make fucking 40, 50 grand a year tops. They're making 150, 250 a year if you got stripes, 300 if you got stripes. Throughout the whole state. It's the dirty little secret.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 9, 10, 11. 9, 10, 11. Said 9, 10, 11.
Shut these motherfuckers down, yo.
Shut the police down.
Police ain't even coming. How long since we started?
20 minutes.
No, since we all began.
Oh, today? 11 o'clock.
43 minutes.
Oh, was it? I thought it was 20.
No.
Somebody on my line said, who are you going to call when the police? Motherfuckers, we don't call the police. They always around harassing people.
I'm calling Families United. They
That's
don't
right.
fuck the police.
Fuck the police.
They don't help anybody. They don't serve the community. All they do is kill. Fuck the fucking police.
They don't do shit. You see, this is how we feel. And for those of you asking, how can you say fuck the police, Charlie? Go with me for 1 week, 1 month, talk to these families. How can you listen to these families and hear their pain and then support the motherfucking police? That's right. I won't. Fuck them all. Abolish it. Rebuild. Who keep us safe? Who keep us safe? Who keep us safe? Who keep us safe? We keep us safe. Who keep us safe? We keep us safe. Police are nothing but the biggest gang in the United States with a badge, a gun, and the authority to kill.
KKK cops.
The cops and the American cops.
We got 14 gangs right here in Los Angeles Sheriff's Department.
They're sirens.
There's no such thing as a blue light, only blue shirt. Only blue shirt. These are terrorists. This is not police brutality, it's police terrorism.
Yes, terrorism.
This is police terrorism. And LAPD is the biggest perpetrator of police terrorism. Are you guys here to shop in Burlington? We're sorry to report it's for today.
It's Valentina Day.
I'm sorry for the inconvenience. I am not sorry for the inconvenience. Spend your money in black and brown businesses in your community. Spend your money in small businesses in your community.
That's right.
Burlington is closed. Burlington is closed for today. Not sorry for the inconvenience.
But imagine the inconvenience for Valentina's family.
It's closed for today.
Macho man.
Spend your money in your community. Spend your money in small businesses in your community.
Keep your children safe. Don't bring them to Burlington.
Your kids are not safe.
Burlington is closed.
Your kids are not safe in Burlington.
You got to bring your bra back tomorrow, man.
Yes, this is the Burlington Coke Factory where 2 lives were taken and nobody in Burlington has reached out to the family, given money to the family. Nobody has done anything except for reopen business as usual. Well, not today. Not today.
Not today. Y'all got me fired up so big in that parking lot. There's no way in the world I'm gonna move tonight.
They've called it a couple times.
I think they're just gonna circle around.
What?
I bet they'll just circle around and keep an eye on it.
You know why they called it off? Because if they can't come kill somebody, they're not interested.
That's right.
If they can't come kill, it's got an insatiable bloodlust is what they have. An insatiable bloodlust. We out here in a special enforcement zone where they arrest people who just so happen to be homeless. Just for simply not having a home over their head. So you throw them in jail, so you exterminate people, and then we're told America's the greatest country on earth. Okay, yeah. Well, we've been to motherfucking different.
That's right. We've been to motherfucking hell. We've been through hell in this country.
Eric Rivera, say his name.
Eric Rivera.
Say his name.
Eric Rivera.
Say his name.
Eric Rivera.
They don't have a song called "Fuck the Fire Department" for no reason.
That's right.
That's right. Yeah, I'm about to go. What's going on now? Ernie Serrano! Ernie Serrano! Ernie Serrano!
Thank you, Sarah Tay. I've not been in the chat like the whole time here.
Let's take the intersection! Let's take the intersection, everybody! Hey, you want to use the photo block?
Intersection. It's getting cold. So I have the police scanner set for North Hollywood Division only, and the call took a solid 10 minutes to come in over the scanner, and that had to have been at least 15 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago.
Fuck Burlington!
Fuck Burlington!
Justice for all stolen lives!
Justice for all stolen lives! What's the
The police is under this.
Well, as soon as they hear there's black and brown people, right, that'll really escalate things. Oh God, did you see that guy's face?
It's like so good. He was like, what the fuck? That was so good. That was great. Did you get that on your video?
I think so.
I hope so.
That guy's like,
That was
he's
so
like, oh, I'll
funny.
be dead in 5 years. I gotta get off this planet.
Yeah. That was so funny.
Oh God, chat, could you guys see that 90-year-old guy with the most horrified look on his face? Uh-oh, they better get license plates in these cars before shit goes down.
We out here with George Floyd's family. We are the Taylor family. Twyman Lopez family.
Hopefully, I got it on my GoPro. Look at this. Look at fucking. Someone. Wow. Are you my Uber? Are you my Uber? Here we go.
Protesters blocking traffic, hitting vehicles with hands, and now signs.
Here it is. Code 3. Code 3. Code 3. Code 3 call. All right, did you guys hear that over the scanner?
You on the scanner now?
Yeah. Yeah. Wow,
Was that support or was that fucking anger?
The small dick energy is overwhelming.
Yo, wait, so was that? Was he? No, that's support? Yeah. Okay. That was support.
I'm not
Hey, look, I gotta go get me a I love it.
On the scanner call, I heard him say, he said hitting cars,
Yes,
right? That's why I was worried about.
He got out of the car and started coming.
So they just called again code 3 saying that we were hitting cars. So that should really get them out here. You were here before I got here. Do you want to say anything to my live stream? I'm live on YouTube. What do you did you organize?
Yeah, I'm gonna say their names all day.
Okay, awesome. My name's Johnny 50.
Nice to meet you, Johnny.
So.
I'm live streaming.
Can I borrow that for a second? All right. Where's the? All right, Twitter this morning was all ablaze. There was a police pilot in Huntington Beach that died in a helicopter wreck last night, and all the police departments cross country are singing the blues about this cop that gets flying the helicopters as almost as dangerous as shopping for a quinceañera dress.
Oh my God. 3169, Casablanca Company.
Fuck these cops.
Fuck
Yeah, they did code 3 once we got into the street, saying that we were hitting cars and shit.
Still ain't here.
Here it comes! Here it comes! Airship!
Fuck you!
He's at the wrong intersection! He's at the wrong intersection, too!
Wait. So y'all mean tell me y'all send the helicopters first? Tax dollars going? Helicopters?
They don't want to come.
Like the one that was crashed last night, you dumb fuck.
They send the helicopters over to check on us.
They waste so much money on that.
Remember, the police are third responders. It's the fire engines, the ambulance, and then the police.
The whole fucking police station closed.
Persons protesting. We're walking in the street now. We're walking the street back to traffic down the sidewalk.
Here it is.
Protested. Code TNC 3195, or do you set 24?
15 hour 38. Roger.
What you saying? You sit on a helicopter and then you turn around and you can't even fly one right to the
Listen, the police aren't showing up. My abandonment issues are kicking in. Yeah, no, that's what it is.
Wait, did you not hear the recording for Daniel? It was 3 recordings. That's the part that they wanted to play. The part that they wanted to play. And one, the lady said, they're fighting. He's fighting her.
They said shots fired in this on this call originally.
Yeah, that was the last one. But it was never, he never had a gun.
I know.
He had a chain. He had a chain. It was never a
Jolly, police aren't showing up and my abandonment issues are kicking in. No, I know. Yeah, you don't. No, yeah.
I know.
No justice! No racist! Police! No justice! No peace! No racist! Police! No justice!
Hey, dude.
Valentina!
Free speech refers to the government, dude. I know you're smart. I know you're smart enough to fucking know that. Free speech only pertains to the government, fuck stick.
I know, it gets like so cold. I'm like freezing. I know, she's awesome.
So LA are such pussies that I've been filming cops for 4 years, okay? And we listen on the scanner and follow them around. And there's an app called Flight Radar 24 to track the helicopters. And they watch and record all my live streams. They're watching this now. And
Suck that, coward.
And you can no longer track LAPD helicopters on Flight Radar 24 because of fucking my live streams. They are such fucking pussies. Yes. Here, that's my.
Thank you.
That's my card.
Hey, watch it.
I gave you my card.
No good comes from a racist system. No good cops in a racist system. No good cops in a racist system.
I'm going to talk about, okay, we'll try and see. Push it.
No good cops in a racist
When somebody blocks a freeway,
No good cops in a racist system. No good cops in a racist system. No good cops in a racist system.
No good cops in a racist system.
No good cops in a
No good cops in a racist system.
So, are they not coming then? The scanner?
No, they called it code 3. Code 3 means full lights and siren.
We're probably waiting for it to die down now.
They're watching my live stream right now. The cops always watch my live stream. You know what I mean? And like so there were more people earlier, trust me.
Daniel Lopez.
Say his name.
Daniel Lopez.
Daniel Lopez. Justice for
Daniel Lopez. Daniel Lopez. Daniel Lopez.
Yeah, cops are not showing up.
It's okay.
People got too much money.
Up for Valentina, say her name. Up for Valentina.
Are you from here?
No, I'm from North Carolina.
Oh, are you? Police department is half a mile as the crow flies southwest.
Yeah, they'd have been here if they
No, I mean that's why. But I mean, I got the scanner just on North Hollywood Division.
They put a bird up that was there.
Oh,
Running
cool.
against Madison Coughlin.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thanks for your service.
Oh, thank you.
You came here with Jolly?
Yeah, I'm friends with Jolly.
Okay.
And, Family United.
Okay. Yeah, this is me, and then that's the live channel on the other side.
Nice, police accountability.
I've been filming cops for 4 years here, so.
Right on.
Used to be able to track. Are you familiar with the Flight Radar 24 app?
Uh-huh.
So we used to be able to track the police helicopters.
Yeah.
Orbiting on it until my live streams, and I've been 4 years doing cop watches. They don't.
Cut their fucking transmitters off.
Yeah,
That's what they did.
Yeah, because they're fucking pussies.
Yep.
Under the guise of officer safety, you know. I mean,
At least we got 33,000 viewers on this, so that's good.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah. So we just want people to see what the fuck this community is
Right.
doing. So that's all along.
Motherfuckers right here don't know what happened right in there.
Thank you. Exactly.
What the fuck? One dude was gonna walk in, I'm like, dude, it's closed, man. We closed them down. It's like a 14-year-old girl was murdered here. What? I'm like,
it's
ah.
a big city, dude. You
It
know
was
what I
a
mean?
big story, though.
I know, but people Listen, and I don't blame people for not watching the news, though, too. You know what I mean? Like, there's not a lot of upside to it.
I read and watch. I mostly read a lot of news. I have to. I gotta know what the hell's going on. Stay away from that crazy ass news, though. I don't care what they think. I don't care what they're saying. Yeah. I mean, it's tough. It's also you can't keep up with it.
Yeah. Well, and sadly, I had to ask Mr. Checkpoint who Jacob Blake was. You know what I mean? Like, I'm like, refresh my, you know what I mean? Because there's a new name every week. You know? Yep. I'm like, oh yeah, the guy that lived, but paralyzed.
Seven times in the back.
Yeah, like gun to skin range, and not you know.
Yep. And he just took his children out of the car.
No, and I mean, I guarantee you there's at least 3 cops here.
Yeah?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, dude. You kidding me? That's why I didn't know who the guy was in the full mask, like screaming "fuck the." I'm like, nah, dude. You know, they use the agent provocateur. Like, you'd be the first one to throw a brick.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
People like, oh, agent provocateurs don't exist. I'm like, yeah, cool story.
Listen, I'm a Democrat running, and we get Republicans in our shit. I mean, that's what they do. They come in, they try to, they ask crazy fucking questions, they try to get you riled up. It's part of it.
Yeah. All right, chat. I think I'm going to end the stream. Thanks to Pollyanna. Thanks to Raven Witch for donating on PayPal. You guys also, thanks for posting the PayPal link to Families United. Rex Hammer, thank you very much for PayPal. 4 hours and 39 minutes of a live stream. Thank you guys for being here. Appreciate the support. And I love all you guys. We're going to end this.
We do a 24-hour vigil every month on the 15th of every month.